Bienvenidos al Centro Social de Oficiales de la Policía Nacional. Para su seguridad, el Centro Social posee 6 rutas de evacuación seguras, en caso de presentarse alguna emergencia. Ruta de evacuación número 1. Salones Andinos. Identifique las puertas principales, diríjase hacia las escaleras y baje a encontrar la zona verde del Centro Social de Oficiales. Ruta de evacuación número 2. Hotel, gimnasio, sala de belleza. Ubique las escaleras más cercanas, diríjase a encontrar la zona verde del Centro Social de Oficiales. Ruta de evacuación número 3. Cafetería y domo. Diríjase por la salida occidental hacia la zona verde. Ruta de evacuación número 4. Zona administrativa, discoteca, salón Amazonas y bar inglés. Evacúe por la entrada principal. Ruta de evacuación número 5. Bolera. Suba por las escaleras en forma caracol y evacúe por la puerta principal. Ruta de evacuación número 6. Piscina, spa y zonas azules.
Hola, 1, 2, 3, sí. Evacuate to the green areas.
Por su seguridad, es importante que atienda las siguientes recomendaciones. Identifique la señalización, rutas de evacuación y salidas de emergencia más cercanas a usted. Identifique al personal que conforma la brigada de emergencia. Atienda en todo momento sus indicaciones. En caso de emergencia, conserve la calma. Evacúe de forma ordenada sin correr u obstruir las salidas de emergencia. Le pedimos que por su seguridad no obstaculice las salidas de emergencia. Estos espacios deben estar libres en caso de cualquier eventualidad. Ayude a quien se encuentra en dificultad, como a personas de la tercera edad o con movilidad reducida, niños o mujeres embarazadas. Gracias por asistir al CESOF. De su comportamiento depende la seguridad de todos.
Bonjour, good morning, everyone. Welcome to our second Congress of Violences Affecting Children. Those of you who are still outside of the auditorium, please come in. We're going to start with our third block of the agenda for today. Very well. I want to tell you that to start this academic block, we have Mr. Lieutenant Juan Luis Leon from Civil Guard of Spain, who will present his protocol, Civil Guard, to act with minors victims of violence. Lieutenant Juan Luis Leon from the Civil Guard of Spain, he's a Master in Criminal Profiling for Distance University of Madrid, with a certificate in Criminal Profiling for Heritage University of the United States. Currently, he is deployed at the analysis section of behavior of delinquents in the technical unit of the Judicial Police, with experience of interviews to victims who are vulnerable, like minors. Lieutenant is graduated in security engineering by the University Center of the Civil Guard, specialist in judiciary police. Welcome. The floor is yours, sir. Before anything, I would like to thank the organization of the Congress for facilitating this space to this Guardia Civil from Spain to present the action protocol with minors. I would like to thank Colombia and the National Police for this space. Before anything else, I would like to present here, I will talk about the police model in Spain, how it is organized, attention to victims, especially to those vulnerable ones, very young children. Then I'll explain the procedure, the interview protocol we have in the Civil Guard. For those of you who don't know, in Spain we have several police forces at state level with um, competence and with jurisdiction throughout the country. The civil guard has 92% of the government. We have in a space that does not, we don't have the civil guard there. Within the civil guard from our structure, we have a team that's totally specialized in dealing with crimes focused on women and minors. We call them, that's the team we have, women team throughout the whole territory. We have highly specialized people at the time to face victims cases. Regarding the subjects of action these teams have, we have women and children, we have gender violence, especially with the sexual abuse, and that has to do with victims, especially vulnerable. Within these crimes, well, we have discussed in this Congress, it has to do with the minors. Sometimes they are. We also deal with juvenile crimes, but also talking about interviews and the type of abuse related to the IT, the cyber crimes. Our jurisdiction is specialized, so we have it is distributed throughout the national geography, which would be first one organic unit of zone, which set up in the autonomous communities, who have integrated this specialist of this organic unit per zone, from which we have judiciary police, that which each one of the provinces in Spain. So from this organic unit of judiciary police, we distribute 226 territorial teams with their specialists in
caring for minors, caring for minors, and the level of, now let's see, at the central level in terms of coordination to create doctrine, coordinate, and to do follow-up of the cases. On the international nature, we have the technical unit of police youth, in which we have two sections that are very tied to this realm, which is the central level that actually gives that support and coordination nationally, and the unit that I said, which is the behavior of crime or crime behavior, which is actually to provide support to the most vulnerable victims. We have a total of 270 points of special care or special service to citizens. And at the level of organization of structure of this personnel that is totally dedicated to treating minors, well, the smaller groups that we have here, like the ones, the territorial ones of the judicial area, would be the ones that could receive at first the crime filing, and then we have the capability to carry out an investigation of teenagers that is actually very much tied to an interview that is not very difficult at the provincial level. We have the organic unit with their specialists, and they do have more training to carry out a more structured and complex interview when they're over of 7 years and up with no disability. Both of them have the training by the section of our behavior to carry out the exploration, as well as minors as of 7 years of age onwards. And then we have the ones that are very short, very young, I'm sorry, from 3 to 7, or they have a disability or very vulnerable population. That would be a central level where we have the analysis of crime behavior or crime demeanor, and then we have there anyone that may be needed. The main difference is that the way we act in exploration, we issue a technical report of what we did, which intensifies the capabilities that the miner has for the alleged facts that he or she may have suffered. And if we have information, we can carry out an assessment of the credibility of the unit to which I belong. More specifically to the section of the analysis, and it's a pioneer addiction, is the section of crime behaviors, the first one there in Spain. We were constituted in 1994, and in this way, by a certain components that is actually licensed, doctors in psychology and in criminology. We all have the experience, and then we have the criminal investigation, likewise, of what is the exploration that is particularly vulnerable. We actually carry out the psychology of criminal behavior and anything that derives from it, which are the main principles of intervention. It's behavioral analysis to perform their work. Firstly, what we're seeking is that is protecting the minor, that you protect physically, and that is not be tied up more in the judicial process. We also want to have a coordination in as far of the institutions that are involved in the investigation, so that we don't duplicate efforts. And we also look to see a station that is as close up as when we have of this filing of an alleged crime, and then we have not to breach the procedures. And then what we actually have to see is the principle of minimum intervention, so that the minor doesn't suffer that secondary victimization, because due to the process we would have to be interviewed about the same fact several times. How do you start? Well, the intervention per se, how do we start in a case? Mainly, we act in the investigation, the police investigation phase. In other words, when the unit that is scattered throughout the national territory knows that there has been a crime of sexual abuse, and it comes with the range of very early age of some type of disability, they would ask for central support, and we would assume that exploration phase. Then if we have crimes that are more serious, it would be very important too, they would act at the central level. And then now we can act at the level of investigation as per petitions of the prosecutor, be that from the civil guard or some other body that is actually carry out some investigation, that they actually know of how we work, and not to involve the minor that we're in. Also at the police stage, we could do it at the police level, constituting what is the pre-constituted evidence. The first intervention, once we receive the claim to the investigative unit, what we do actually, I have to rush through this presentation, the interview or the behavioral analysis. And the first thing that we do as an investigator is that we provide all the information that he has from the interview that the investigators had, the imprints that the police were there, so that we can give us all the available information, very important for us to create context and to have a proper awareness of what's going on in the system. And here, the interviews that we may have had other professionals that have already intervened. For example, the minor who was having some intervention of social services, or any type of people who already known, is actually very important to see how those specialists value these facts. If they continue with the social dynamics of the minor, they would try the transfer with the least delays possible, so that we can have the levels of reconstructing the dates. The more time that passes, the memory begins to play tricks on you. So we need to know how much acts have been there, and to see what type of support does the investigator need. And you can see at the bottom, a very important aspect is that you do not rush yourself, to be as fast as possible, but following the case, the much with the circumstances that we can have. An example, we recommend it, and the main thing is what we have seen is what are their acts, and so that the minor doesn't continue to suffer this case of abuse. Preparing. How does one prepare an interview? As I said, a detailed study of all the information already available, the maximum possible, any annotation, any impression of the investigator, all information is worthy. Before traveling, prepare the questions that we consider to be indispensable in the minor of what we actually need, and for us to obtain the information so that we focus to that investigation, and this at the family or the environment where we consider that this thing has actually came out, this verbalization of the minor, or because of certain conduct that the minor may have had, we can actually have a possible sexual abuse. That's actually to prepare the interview with the family, with the environment, also with the school, social services, if they actually have some type of report on that, contextualizes all the information that we have socially and family-wise of the child. And before traveling, you have to plan the interview in the place where we're going to have it at some point in time, always seeing that it be as a place that is comfortable for the minor, that he feels comfort and doesn't break the daily routines that they have, because they have extracurricular activity, if they have to eat, if they have to sleep on the siesta, it be a time when actually they focalizes their attention on us so it doesn't get distracted. And also to foresee that due to information the child may need some type of rest. Actually, what we should carry, the interview, we always record it. Once, so that we can actually have theirs. We hear the claim filed, we plan the interview before we speak with the minor per se. We obtain all the information needed by their environment, parents, tutors, school, and there mainly due to the behavior that have, the demeanor that has changed, or the analysis, we believe that there could have been some type of abuse. Where do we carry this type of interviews with the adults? Usually in the house of the parents or some safe place, because it's a family that is very structured, that perhaps the home is not the best place. They feel safer to go to another place, and then we have, so we can see what is.
So we can see what is the most adequate to do. What is this asked in this interview with the parents? How we denounce those facts, and what I have here in the cognitive interview. What we try to do with this interview process focused towards the adults, that we set up precisely the time the child did the verbalization of behavior to tell us all the details on how it happened, what was the reactions by both the adult and the child. That gives us information at time of facing the further exploration with the minor. How was it that revelation process? So was it spontaneous from the child in a hygienic context in the shower, or he made a sexual comment, or he was touching his genitalia, or within a very hygienic context where the child has a context that the child would have a behavior that adult may interpret as anomalous. So ask the question in the family to see how they move. Also in school, what is the relationship that they have currently with the person who's supposed to be the perpetrator, and what did he have before? Sometimes abuse subjects here in Congress are more linked to people who are close to the children's environment, not necessarily in the first level, but someone who's close to the family, for example, to see if the minor has said something, if that has changed. So he can also notice it. He has told us that, for example, he have another cousin there, or someone who's related to the family. The interaction that there could have been between the perpetrator and the minor. There was a minor a moment in which the victims and and the perpetrator were alone. That also has to be told also by part of a relative. So, as I said, of the minor in everything. So from the questions in this first stage, to know, and to get to know to know more about interviews for us to make the type of child we're going to be facing and how to activate the protocol, to ask him about the daily routine of the child, to prepare him for different items, and where we could set up the interview. Which are the sexual education level she or he has, the minor has? If they have access to TV, to any way, and to have any type of knowledge from which the verbalization may come or the word may come. Has anyone seen, have they seen an adult having sexual intercourse or not? So it's underlined how the child gives a name to the sex genitalia. What's the name? So in different places they have different names. You don't have to have technically. No, he didn't talk to me properly. No, we have to know which is the words to use for that, and they need to know what we're referring to. It's we also explore if there's been any type of sexual abuse in the adults when they were children, because perhaps a type of behavior or demeanor of adults may be interpreted as if they were some type of abuse because they are pretty alert because they don't want the children to undergo what they've suffered. So also we need to have something close in time when the events presumably or allegedly took place. So this fact is meaningful. For example, a birthday, they went to an amusement park. So if you have photography, it's even better. So that will help us later to measure when we ask the minor what was the detail of the activity, the comparison with what the adult said. Information that will help us connect, because we are not known for the minor. So how what are his hobbies, what he likes, what he doesn't like. It's important to know that the degree of fantasy and lies. So sometimes the parents know if the child lies often. If he answers spontaneously, if he says it's a lie, he will continue with the lie. Or if he says no, you give him the evidence and they say, okay, yes, that's true, okay. It's very important to have an assessment in that point. We inform after having all this information. So we are going to discuss with the parents that the interview is going to be recorded and to clear out any doubt. We also ask a signed consent so that we can have the procedure. Well, which are the main objectives of the interview? To obtain information, but importantly, is that it's quality information. We have a lot of information that's has a lot of quality to be able to ask from the minor to locate people, places, and actions. So always going from surrounding and open questions to more closed questions. So and we also talk about information that the minor has not provided, but all the information basically should come from the minor. Many a times here, actions here are crucial for the investigation because sometimes we don't have a photography record or a forensic evidence that would say, okay, yes, an abuse has been committed for children. So we have the victim and the perpetrator. So, and the victim, well, it's a minor who has his cognitive capacities according to his or her age. And as we have said that, and we have said that. Now, as we don't have that type other indication, so from the part also is to have the reference, to have the needs protocol and the forensics interview. So what we could see later on by the, we also have developed a little drawing. So we have contact talking to the boy, how we have the interview phase to value, assess the capacity of the minor, which will be the physical entourage environment in which he would work, and how we condition that. We maybe to have some environment that the child may feel comfortable in. Well, maybe you have an integrated recording system, but it would allow us to see how the interview is being developed. Typically, we do not have specialized centers for developing this type of interviews. We place ourselves to him. Usually, we go to his house if the perpetrator is not from his close environment or close to the family, for example. So, where we would use, for example, sometimes the police office in case that it is needed. To use an adequate place, for example, going home, there we gain a lot of level of strength to be with the minor because he sees that his parents have opened the doors of their homes. So in the lower part, you could see here, we do not adapt. We adapt ourselves to the circumstances. We could see there a partner exploring somehow talking about a minor. They were victims of a sexual abuser. They were walking some dogs. He got him into a car. He abused them sexually, especially the girl, in an abandoned hut. And she threw him. She was thrown in a well. So in that exploration, the girl remembered that she was taken to a hut based on the photographs. Even she said that the important thing of the interview had physical evidence. She said that the perpetrator cleaned his genitalia with a little towel, and that towel there was DNA from him, from the girl as well. He remembered that he had a very very strange showing in the penis. So he had a devil's tattoo there. So regarding the interviewers, so who's the person who performs the interview, we have two components. In the case of that we've studied totally by two components, one of them is going to be the first interviewer. He's going to lead the interview. He'll talk constantly to the child, and we'll have a support activity. He'll have the camera taking notes, following the protocol. So this is like the second does not do anything, and it's not so. The first interviewer, the lead interviewer, it looks simple to talk to a child, but it's very difficult. So we need to reduce the adult language towards a language that is understandable for the minor, and that what we are not saying. Also try to interpret it in police level. That requires a lot of work. So to pay attention to the child that he's comfortable with the interview, and there we have the secondary interviewer. We are verifying that all the points are being dealt with. The time to perform the interview because the child he speaks a lot, he's very shy, and so forth. So in minimal cases, well, we can allow to have another person who's from his level of trust, his parents. But recommend that to be within the visual space of the minor. So what we call the rapport or creating trust. That we're talking to his mother, that's normal. So with time, just like it happens with cameras, he gets used to the cameras or the other person listening, so he may feel comfortable. So that's what we recommend. We will need to sometimes we ask the mother to leave. Sometimes. Well, the recording of the interview. So record the interview. We always have in a tripod, adequate place where we get all the verbalizations by the boy. We adapt the camera. We said, okay, we're going to record what we're going to talk to you. This is like a film, and then we have a comfortable environment for the minor. We have the person in the place. So we always have an integral recording. So if the child needs to go to the bathroom, to the toilet, we do not stop it there. We don't stop it there. So when we can talk to the child and we are recording there, we just leave it in ongoing. So it's there in the chain of custody at the unit to make the report, and also in possession of the judiciary authority. So the recording is typically recorded in a space separate from the jury's office or the trial's office, and they pay attention to the recording, everything that's asked to the minor, and so they can perform and ask their questions. So when there were any type of cameras, so we had the pictures there, like the right, the left, right, bottom part. We had some cables towards another um, office, and we would see it were kind of closed TV circuit. So the interview, one of the stages of the um, interview, we have the introduction, we explain, and we will let the capacity the child has on the go. And transition phase, we talk about this, the fact, and also the substantive part and the witnessing, and the closing part. We could see that step by step. Regarding the introduction phase, when we introduce ourselves towards the minor, how do we do it as police officers, as psychologists? What is the most adequate? So we typically do that from the interview we have with the parents or with the environment prior to the meeting. If he likes police procedures, we can say that we are police officers. We'll talk to him for a while, and he may feel a little comfortable. And it's not a police, not a psychologist. We always tell him the truth. What is the truth? That we are people who talk to children, and that's our job. Today, his opportunity, we're going to talk about a lot of many things in his life, and he's going to tell us, he's going to share with us, based on what we asked him. So that's we've been lucky. He was lucky enough to talk in this interview. We explained the interview process that we're going to talk to him. We're going to have the camera. We're going to be there for a while, playing and talking. That's the report that's going to be recorded. Once we create his ambience, we talk to him. He could be at ease and comfortable, and we explain what the rules of the interview are. So this is very important so that the minor would be focused. Which are the rules? We tell the child that we need to follow throughout the development of the interview. So we're just kind of teachers. We're going to go there and play, but we need to follow certain rules so everything comes out all right. We tell them that they have to tell the truth. If there is something we ask and he doesn't know, he could say, I don't know. If there is something we ask and perhaps he experienced that but he does not remember, he may say, I don't remember. And everything we talk about, we have all the amount of detail that he may know, even if he thinks it's not necessary to get to know all the details. We need to emphasize on that. We understand that, but to tell a child to tell us the truth for 3 years is not very set up in his mind. Well, what do we use so that the child may understand that and we see that really, okay, we just set an example. For the truth, we say, oh, Juanito, do you know what truth is? He may say yes, so we say yes, you explain the truth. And what he understands, right, so we do exactly. If he tells us no, we tell him, for example, we are with him, and we say, okay, if I say, if I'm sitting down, is it true or is it true or false? That's not true. Yeah, no, because you're standing up. Okay, so he will remember the details. So he could type a drawing to the drawings, the signs he has. He could describe everything he has, and we give him examples. He understands really the rules we set up. Well, at the time of assessment of capacities, of capabilities, so we explain the rules. With the dialogue itself, we ask ourselves where we are, was it at night, what is the daily routine, and we also give him a drawing to see his capacities and the cognitive and social skills in terms of perception, memory, and understanding. If he can identify emotions, the capacity to tell good from wrong. So this is the first introductory part. Once we've evaluated a little bit, we give them the drawing. They like it a lot. We show them a picture, and with it there we have certain colors, so they may color and all that. So we introduce the drawing. We tell him, okay, what is it that you see in the drawing? Make a description. You have a child, you have a bird, a tree. So every child, based on the capacity that calls his attention the most. What do we want to get with this? Okay, you can see how we orient him in terms of time and space. Is it during the day, during the night? So that's the explanation he gives us. It's during the day because they are awake and the bird is also awake. So you can have a sun there, and it depends on their capacity. So how they orient themselves spatially regarding the house? Who's farther? Who's closer to the house? Who's the bird on top or at the bottom? And we see his capacities to identify details, people. So we ask, oh, well, what is it you see there? Who's there? So we have children there. Are they boy? Is it a boy or a girl? Or two boys and a girl? Why? Because they have short hair, and the girl because she has long hair and she's wearing a skirt. So we also use that. We talk to the parents too. Also telling and naming the parts of the body, indicating with a pencil. So these are the eyes, also the genitalia, within a game context, so he may tell us. And so we could get the name without saying what he calls the genitalia. So the arm, the head. So if he actually describes the parts of the body in that context. Also describing actions. Here we could see someone has a ball. What is that? What are the kids doing? So he can tell us, okay, playing soccer. If we tell him, okay, he doesn't understand that, we tell him, okay, you know how to play football. You know play soccer. What do you have to do to play soccer? What is it? Which is it's easier for him to understand. Okay, you have to kick the ball and so forth and run. What do you have to do to win? Well, you have to score a goal. So depending on the explanation by each child. Also telling where we have more apples, we have suggestion here. Here that child is working in his working memory within the drawing itself. We could see the level of fantasy he or she has. We see, have you seen the dog that just went by running? So there are some children that are going to say, no, I haven't seen anything. But yeah, because we acquisition, they said, okay, yes, I've seen the dog, yes. They saw the dog and really haven't seen it because it's like a little trap we give them. So this drawing has one part, which is morale drawing. So he may interpret that he should tell truth, and nothing's going to happen if he tells the truth. So tell the truth, nothing's going to happen. So this is like we'd say the axiological drawing, and we see a person there who's kind of angry, tell the story. Typically, he'll have some name there, who's his friend, and the drawing with the number, which is that one close to the tree, and it's him. So we tell them they were playing soccer, and the oldest one broke the window glass, and the gentleman from the house got upset. So the person from there asked the kids, so who's been there? Who broke the window? Okay. So he asked the kid, okay, he's been the oldest one, and the girl was afraid of that. We told the older one, said, no, it was the youngest one, since in this case, they asked our interviewed child, we said, hey, Juanito, you who were there, I know you've seen everything. Who was it? Who broke the window? It's important for you to tell us who broke the window glass. If he understood, he said that has been the oldest one who's broken the window. Well, he gave the ball to the youngest one. So he was afraid, but nothing happened. Thank you for telling the truth. And you have to be more careful. And that's how we have this values drawing. So to work a little bit on memory from the drawing, we turn the page over and we ask the minor, okay, what he remembers from the drawing. We can also use where was the little mouse to see if he is really giving us the right information. No, there weren't any mice there. The transition phase. Once we have this first phase of assessing his capacities to approach him, is the most important phase. That is to say, to see how we make the child talk about this. And so he's going to be talking about the investigation subject itself. We ask the child if he knows why we are there. If he understands the process, where he knows if he said something, where if something has happened with his uncle, or be it whoever it may be. So you're here because of what happened with my uncle. So, so yes, we said, okay, what is it that happened with your uncle, for example? So there we start actually the interview process. Prior to talking about the fact, we ask him about the neutral narration. We ask the parents about the Christmas, the birthday party. Or so there we could see the guy, the kid. He starts talking about his visual memory with the level of detail. If he identifies people who were there, as a matter of fact, and people who were not there. The important thing here is, in this transition stage, never to give key or core details. The interviewer cannot proceed. So even if he knows the information, so in the investigation information, it has to be information coming from the child. We need to facilitate the child to provide us that information, even if it's already corroborated. So yes, the child has actually experienced that. So we want to get that information. So we cannot have actions that where there were any kind of aggressions there. And from the part of a doctor, so not to locate people there. So or the places the event took place. All that has to be provided by the minor. So what do we use to have these elements? So we have places and actions, so peripheral um, elements. We have a case in which a girl was sexually abused by her cousin and had a little fellatio. So based on the information we had, we knew that that's why the girl was with her cousin. They played and they got along well. So she was pretty young. She was like 3, 4, and the cousin was, I can't remember, 14, 16. So we asked the girl in the interview process, okay, talking to her, and we say, who do you play with? Really, with parents. So, and we have then we have the person, the suspect, the perpetrator, what we played with the cousin. And well, we have to say that, and the abuse issue, for example, when we activate the abuse case, so then we had the girl told him, okay, so they talked to Sebastian, for example, to ask him to suck the little thing he had in the genitalia. So they said, okay, you haven't said anything that in a game you had a gumino. Oh, yes, yes, a little gum, chewing gum. So, but no, we began working there. So we talked about that little gum. So we had a little fellatio to the cousin and a lot of details. That cousin, while she was doing with the fellatio, counted with her fingers the time that she had done that. And she said that, well, then I told her not to use the teeth. So we have very a lot of details that it was difficult not to refer to that sexual abuse. So we need to explore the transition we have. It's not just about the hypothesis. We need to relate information that could be explained, not necessarily based on the abuse. So this is the most important time to prepare the interview. We receive the information provided by the parents. So we develop this strategy for this phase. So to locate the child at that moment of the abuse, but without locating him in that specific moment. And also the non-induction principle. It is important. We cannot infer that because of his telling us it's an abuse. Now the child has to tell us explicitly the actions that were performed there. The obtention already more substantiating of the witnessing. So we need to have a quality witnessing. So the quality of information from the investigators it's extensive. It will lead us to objective evidence that would be much better. The narration style will be free once the child is located in this episode. We'll let him ask us to comment. He's been instructed to give us a lot of details, so he may do it in a free narration. So the interviewer will not do anything. That's impossible to have an open question, so he will tell us everything. We need to be very careful um, with the interviewer's behavior because child may interpret that that's bad. So if they see that the interviewer is tired or they talk about any type of weird relationship, so it's going to be noticed. Regarding obtention phase, the most important here is to have a free narration, a free deposition. So we talk to the child, so he may have a lot of patience, so that the child, if you have children, you know that they go at their own pace. So we have to see they're going to need some time to know and to elaborate the responses. So we have to be patient in that sense to and also reinforce and motivate those to talk. So to make a summary, okay, you told me that you played here, so you also use certain skips. Try to deceive them. So we tell them, okay, you told me you were with your grandmother, and no, I was with your uncle. So no, I was not with my grandmother. Just to give you an example, explore the alternative hypotheses and see, ask whether the boy has seen if he locates the sexual abuse in time and space, and he's seen it somewhere else in other, or they seen him doing it to someone else. So what has happened, who's performed the actions, and where they've taken place. If those abusive actions were in a line of time and space, which part of the body was touched, if they introduced something, if they licked something, that has to be explained by the child. So, detail level, if he remembers or she remembers the type of attire that the perpetrator had, any type of video camera to phones, if we have that evidence, that's more objective. There was a person there. There is any type of informational testimonial. So if we have any type of let's say, indoctrination by the perpetrator. He tells her or tells him, hey, you cannot tell this to anyone. Well, we need to ask about that. We have any type of present, for example. For example, these gum. Okay. So regarding, so to exemplify this from the most open questions to the most closed open questions from the general to the particular. So we have to use confrontation questions, for example, when the child is telling us a fact, he tells us something now, and while we talk to him, he tells us the opposite, we have to stop and say, okay, well, which is and which is not. Well, we have, well, you told me this, and now you're telling me that. Okay, so what was it that really happened? So we need to be with the minor and talk about everything. So do not use double-sensed questions or kind of difficult questions to burn the child. No, we don't have any type of questions. It will be in the fact of abuse. He tells us everything. That will be a perfect interview, if that is the case. Well, closing the interview. Once we've introduced ourselves, we have assessed his capacities. He told us about the abuse. We've worked all the alternatives, possible alternatives. He cannot tell us any more information. Then we proceed with closing the interview. Okay, we thank him. We praise him for what having shared with us. So that it was a pleasure to be with him. So we talk about the hobbies again, so he can go at an emotional level. That's adequate. With the parents, we have the information because they have the right to know, because they are the guardians of the minors. It's this type of protocol we recommend. Talk to the investigators, so go to social services so that the child may not continue being victimized. So with the investigators or prosecutors who are in charge of performing the investigation, we are just a technical element aside so that they may take the decisions. We tell our first impressions regarding the interview, the proposals we think are better to continue with the case, and the recommendations we deem appropriate. Well, things to bear in mind. Do not take everything for granted. Ask the minor any doubt we may have. You need to ask him. So always use simple sentences. Adequate yourselves at the level of the minor. Each child has a it's a different world. We are just a tool for that information that the minor has, may be interpreted the best way possible without being biased. So, in this interview, we have the interview may be biased, or the information may be biased, or by external factors or the system factors in which we would intervene. We interviewers and the police forces we have an adequate interview, we could have a very good witnessing, a very good deployment or statements. We make questions one by one with patience, so the child may know what is it really we are asking about, and giving him appropriate time to answer. Patience is the key here. To ask to widen in more detail certain things, to elaborate a little bit more. So they are little persons, of course, and they have a doubt. We ask them if they have any doubt. They ask us. So we have all the alternatives available. Talk to the minor for that first disclosure they have when they express they've been abused or touched. If that hasn't taken place when that happens, so the mother when she was bathing him or bathing her, she realized there was a little wound, and she, okay, remember that day when you had a little wound and you went to the doctor? So he will tell us about that. That gives us a lot of information. Well, so just to finish, avoid, as usual, focus, uh, going with this preconception that all of them are subject of abuse. We have to check all the alternatives, all events that are not consistent. So we say, okay, that could have happened. How did that happen? So we need all the information, places, people, what happened. That's what we need to know. Do not use drawings, puppets, um, so that they have the genitalia and they're pretty well defined. If you teach the puppet or the mannequin, the finger where he points out what calls the attention because it's the genitalia, of course, because it's more representative. Do not have, do not introduce in the interview negative stereotypes on the prospects of the perpetrator, because it is totally inadequate. Do not make any type of bribery. Sometimes you're there and the child may have the information, but you don't know how to take that information out. So do not praise and, for example, and rewards, yes. Well, you present the kid in all the circumstances, whether he talks about abuse or whether he does not talk about abuse, okay? Thank you for the information, for example. So that's very good, okay? If you praise everything or nothing. But to reward someone when we talk about abuse and he tells us something else, to give him like a sticker or something. So, so we give him a candy or something, no. It's not for just incentive, no. Well, just in a nutshell, we need to use and make the appropriate use of authority lines. So performance of the interview is very important. I point this out. Depends on the attitude and the questions an interviewer makes and the attitude he has based on his capacities and not on the child himself. Now, to finish, once we perform, we receive the call, we go to the destination, we interview the parent. From the behavioral analysis unit, we perform a technical report, which is the one you see here on the right. It's a real report with the guidelines of positioning that one. First interview, when we got the call from the investigators, with the antecedents we have at the time of the from the SAC, and when we talk to the relatives in school, from social institutions, the methodology we perform there, the interview to the child, the results obtained, and the capacity to remember events from the past, and if they were actually experienced by him, this is sent then to the investigators, who the judicial authority already knows about that. So and they see if they consider to make the arrest or if there is any type of a telematic element with certain images. So we focus there and keep that objective evidence available. I would like to thank you for putting up with me. I want to thank you for providing us with this space to present the protocol. This is my personal data. Any question you may have, I'll be glad to answer you. Thank you very much, Dr. Lieutenant Leon, for your presentation. Our second presentation for today, I would like to introduce you to Dr. Olate Cisternas, the Sheriff of Investigations for Chile, and Brenda Cortez Neira. She is with us with a interactive presentation and challenges of investigative interview for children and adolescents victims of abuses and violences against children. Dr. Paula Olate Cisternas, the commissioner from police in Chile. She's a kinesiologist, and she works in the crime area, sexual crimes, working in the unit against child abuse, and Senam, and now member of the investigative via video recorded interview center. She worked in rights of children victims of sexual abuse by the Católica University of Chile. She's an institution instructor in investigative video recorded interviews in the NNA deployment processes. She is an accredited interviewer by the Ministry of Justice and Human Rights. The Sub-Commissioner Brenda Neira is professor of differential education from language problems with specialty in the investigation of sexual crimes. Yeah, member of the sexual unit from the Metropolitan Unit. She works with children who have been victims of sexual abuse, and also with the diploma from Catholic University of Chile. She works in the video recorder PDI certificate by the Ministry of Justice. She has National Award of Youth, instructor of National Academy of Firefighters from Chile, and also facilitator of sign language in Chile. Welcome. This is a testimony of girls who had been. It was just a strong blow, to so call it, to know was to know that my daughters they had been touched. I could not believe what had happened. They were so young, so little. How come I wasn't there to protect them? The process has been there for about 2 years. You have to declare 6 times, in which it's been a drawback within their advancement with the therapies. So it's okay. It's desperate. So when was this going to finish? To start new life now. We thought that everything was going to be easier, but no, it wasn't easy. You had to go and declare before the prosecutor's office, legal medicine services, with the prosecutors, with psychologists. But the system is so cruel that makes them return and return and return to remember Until when are they going to continue playing with the feelings of our children? The older one told me that she didn't want to talk anymore about that. Why am I going to talk if you don't believe me? That's the secondary victimization. It's inhumane. The government, the senators, the president. So I wish Eldoy promote a law. So I make a desperate call and I kindly ask you to please pass this law. Do not ask me any more questions. Why is it necessary to take care of our children? Did you know that as of 2018 in Chile, there was no institution to take care of children victims of violent sexual crimes? As of that moment, these victims, from which many times they had to go and give statement in our offices. So this causes a lot of damage in our children and adolescents. They cause a lot of confusion and problems, and many times being served in an inadequate way by us, detectives, police officers. All this added to a phenomenon called secondary victimization, which means all the negative reaction experienced by children or adolescents victims of these crimes through the legal criminal justice system and the reactions the families may have. All these circumstances, along with these victims who were boys, girls, and adolescents right before the 18 years of age, has been multiplied many times. This suffering that adults victims undergo had been increased because these children and adolescents are different from the adults. They have different characteristics. So in Chile, we ask ourselves, it's necessary to take care of children or not? So that's how Law 21057 from 2018, there we talk about the investigation and prosecution. We have a lot of crimes there, including sexual crimes. We realized it was necessary to have another catalog of crimes, not only sexual, but also kidnapping, homicides, raping, people trafficking, immigrant trafficking. That has its change in the paradigm. In 1990, Chile ratified the Convention for the Right of Children, but we had not a legal framework for that to give an adequate treatment and ensure that boys, girls, and adolescents are subject of rights. In this implementation, when we have the validity of the law as of October 3, 2019, we had 6 regions. We looked at different obstacles, looking at the characteristics, the conditions of the regions to be able to implement them. These regions were Arica, Tatapacá, Antofagasta, Maule, Aysén, and Magallanes. These are the regions from the northern and the southern part. He also gathered the characteristics of each one of them and the central zone. The second stage considered the validity, the execution, the invigorization of this law. So it had expected to be the next year, but unfortunately, we had the pandemics issue. We had a contingency there, and we also had the law. So and that considers 6 regions: Atacama, Coquimbo, the region of Noble, Araucanía, and the rivers. So when we collected the best practices, that has to enter into force. So these are the characteristics of these regions. And the last stage also, and we are happy to tell you was the third stage, and we consider the last four regions. The last four regions which were Valparaíso, O'Higgins, Los Lagos, and the metropolitan region, where we have our capital, Santiago. Hence, each one of them, in some are 60% of the population. In that, we 3 October the 3rd, which was last Monday, so we also celebrated with all the institutions the entry in force of this interinstitutional work for the implementation of the law. This law implementation or entry into force involves changes in the paradigm, which is where general detectives we participate, but involves the denounce, the research, and the prosecution process. I'm going to stop here in the denunciation we have here in the legal case. So, how the ministry knows about this. So, initially or formally, the complaint, the report from a child was going to make a complaint, the report, the denunciation, and he couldn't do it because the police would tell him, hey, come back with the responsible adult. Hasn't that happened? Most of that has happened. We had experience. We told the kid, okay, hey, why don't you return with a responsible adult? Many a times our own fears. Sometimes we didn't want to talk to the child. So this law tells us that the child can go on his own and make his complaint, the report. We need to take that denunciation, considering his conditions and particularities. The denunciation is not just taken in a place in presence of other people. It should always be taken in a separated space. If he goes on his own, I can only ask him three questions. The first one is, what do you come here to talk about? The second one, for example, the child tells me, no, my father touches me. Okay. The second question that should be made by the police official, is there anything else you want to tell me? After that question, he says, okay, he touches me, but I don't like him to do that to me every day. And the last question that the police officer may ask is there any question you want to ask me? Formally, what do we do? I know that you have a lot of experience and you know what we did. Where was it? When was it? Who was it with? All the circumstances we asked in that moment. And what happened after the investigation? We had another police officer and asked the same questions. And in Chile, we calculated how many times children went through that criminal justice system, repeated the same process 7, 8 times. And this demonstrated that it generates more harm than even the crime itself. And it also generates the retraction of children because he gets tired of talking about the same thing. That's why we always only make 3 questions in the announce, in the complaint. Uh, so the law says that we always need to ask the child he wants to have the denounce himself. And so who's affected the child? I ask you all, what would happen when you were a child, you went to the doctor? Who would the doctor ask how you felt? To whom? The responsible adult, right? But who felt bad? The child, right? The same happens in the denounced. So he doesn't want to perform the complaint. He prefers his mother to do it. Okay, he can do it. He cannot listen to what his mother is telling. We need to take him to another place with another official, paying attention of his needs and his characteristics. We also have modification in the video recorded interview, which is another process, another stage. We have 3 great stages here. We talk about the report, research, and prosecution. And that's why we ask ourselves the question. So where do you think you will have your dignity most safeguarded? For us who are police officers, we're very happy to share the experience with you. And obviously that is very familiar, very relaxed. We were surrounded by many people who didn't have any control of privacy, of security. It happens in procedure to take a statement. You have a person, and you have an emergency. And of course, sometimes there is a colleague who has a problem. So, would that be the appropriate place to make the interview? Versus here, we have a room, that safe room to control people. We have privacy. Where apart from that, we have a space when there is not another distracting element. We don't have an excess of people. So when we see this work, we think about the functions that the interviewer has in the video recorded interview. We've seen an image there that shows how officials or interviewers they are trained. We generate spaces of practices that are simulated, mocking, and children are invited voluntarily. Many times you have also family members from our colleagues to talk about the things they like to do, just to practice the stage of the interview, as our colleague mentioned from Spain. That he considered a pre-substantive phase. So to talk about things they like, to know how the memory works, how they express themselves, what are the words they use, and the nonverbal language. We all we have the nutritive. We don't have guns there. We have the universe. So so he will feel that he is at ease. We also have two cameras there. We have a microphone, and the interviewer makes and performs the protocol in the substantive phase. We also have the niche protocol with certain adaptations in our country. We have an institutional agreement to be able to apply it. In another space, probably immediately next to the wall, we have the control room. In this control room, only people the prosecutor have authorized have access to. They are also safeguarded to listen to that witness. Could be the leading investigating prosecutor. And also, so in the interview room, we only have the interviewer and the child. At least they may need an interpreter. They're going to have that person in the room. Otherwise, we have a racer who's watching. We cannot record this. You want to have a registry and a cell phone or a transcription? No, or transcripts? No. We just get a video recording where you have the total record of words and expressions. We saw the denunciation, the investigative phase, the change in the law, is the intermediation in the judiciary statement. F- Formerly in Chile, boys, girls, and adolescents, when they had a little statement before the law, they did that in the same room where the parties were, the defense, and also the attorney and the prosecutor and the perpetrator. So they had to declare in front of all these people, in face of the person who was assaulting him several times in a chronic manner. Nevertheless, the family tribunals implemented a biombo, a special division there. What would happen if the person coughed? He would know that he would be there. So that would generate secondary victimization there. Nevertheless, the modification of the law has this special law which is similar to the room you saw. So out of the audience room, the child is not in the audience room, and here the interviewer that Paula mentioned is trained and accredited by the Justice Ministry. Now here he is an intermediary. He is within this special room with the child, and he listens through a sonoprompter the questions made, by the parties to the magistrate, and the leading magistrate passes on the intermediate, the son prompter. What used to happen before? The magistrate would say, okay, please ask him how, when, and where the events took place or the circumstances that derived in this investigation. We understand, as an adult, this question. There are multiple questions. For us, it's already complex. So, could you imagine about a child? So, so it's going to be to transmit in an adequate language based on his characteristics and cognitive development. I tell the child, okay, you know what? We have several questions from the other room. I'm going to ask you the questions one after one. This that you told me, where did it happen? He answers. This that you asked me, when did it happen? All that is conceived so that the adult may adapt himself to the child's characteristics. You cannot listen, said the president, but the intermediary meets this type of function. And also this law brings certain changes that I commented. As investigation police, as detectives, we have an interview center for video recording interviews in Latin America. This is the only center where we perform this research by a detective. In our center, people are trained. This is a training room and a control room. Within these interviewing room and 3 control room, we have something that we call victims attention circuit. To develop this job, it was necessary to gather international experience. And in that, the Foundation Amparo y Justicia, which is an organization in our country which does not belong to the criminal justice system, but helped us in our training. And in that, we gather experiences from the United States with Dr. Jisan Indar in Denver, with our Dr. Nick Quine from the United Kingdom, and also with Dr. Martin Powell from Australia. We saw how we apply these protocols, which were the best strategies to be able to function, and it was also based on evidence to be able to obtain the free statements and not bias the testimony or the witness. In this training as well, we've had that the law considers, as Brenda said, from the complaint, from the video recorded interview as a new evidence within our justice process, and the role of the interviewer in the procurement process. We need to train all the officials in complaint or report taking processes. Every time we have a child here, they should have the appropriate training to be able to perform that complaint and report. And with the best techniques, we've generated a very good material to support and train, along with our Chief of Education Doctrine, with our technological means of public affairs. All the institutions, all the offices are working so that it may comply. It's important what Paula indicates, because the law brings procedural changes very well defined. You may ask ourselves, what does a specialist do, or the other one? I want to specify the denounce from anyone could take that complaint into. You don't need an accreditation or special training. You need some training. As an institution, we had to gather throughout our country and train our officials, our detectives, in the complaint taking process. So it's not just how, when, where. No, the child may explain that. But what happens with the video recorded interview? Specialized officials in this area, in this technique, they have to first go and take a little seminar to get a certificate. We are the only institution that has the diploma program for interviewers and intermediaries who make this job. They spend nearly 1 month through a training process, but it's not just left at random now. This is a continuous education process. Most of weekends we study at country level. We are more than 100 interviewers as institution, and we are constantly reviewing our processes. That's why information is important. Our attention circuit to boys, girls, and adolescents from the best practices we gathered from international institutions is not enough just to say that a child should develop or should go through an interview. We need to check the condition in which he was. For example, at 4 o'clock, you had a prosecutor there. He would say, okay, through an apprehension order, we needed that witness, regardless of physical condition or how the person was. Sometimes the adults and the child had suicidal uh, trends. These are the most serious crimes, especially in the development time. So that time is not going to come. We have 6, 7 years to recover, and how he's going to incorporate that into his life. So we're going to see how that from a first uh, gathering, we had the videos where we generated some material with children, explaining to the children what we're going to be doing, what we're going to be talking about. And also we clarify some doubts. So we say how we are from the physical condition to psychological condition. That's the first thing. Then we explain that we're going to advance towards the center and there is a waiting room. Okay, am I going to be here with my mother or my father to talk? And you explain to them that they in this room, special room, they're going to be here alone. So you
We're going to explain where the adults are going to be in case that they want to go see and need to do a pause or something. They can actually come there and to speak, to converse, so that they must feel comfortable. Here, we always value the information that they must have. We explain to them what is the conversation that has to be recorded because you don't go there to a strange that you have cameras, microphones, and we explain that to them in a language that is for their age. And then we have a material to be able to explain what is the use of a face mask, because when our country went due to the pandemic, many of the interviews, the majority were not carried out. And we as investigative police continued to doing interviews so that we be able to give continuity, and especially if the children wanted to speak, and it was the time they said, I want to tell now what happened. For me, it's important. And they asked for it, so we would get the reports, and we did it under the conditions of the use of face mask and also the venue. So in this, we actually do the principles that are considered by law. That is a higher interest as to how we do it there. And we actually give it to know the venue with his terms, with his words, with his progressive autonomy, that perhaps at one time they said one time he said yes, and then they said no. Well, kids, I mean, they can flip. I mean, so the willing participation, I mean, they have to say now I wonder, so now I want to tell. And perhaps in another opportunity I'm going to point out more what happened. Also the prevention of secondary victimization, which is the purpose of the law, that is the before that we actually brings them from this context of the judge system, because as soon as we have there that we're free of these new ones here, and this is what we're seeking, that you have one single opportunity, although it could happen that go to some other track records and so on, we do it of the investigation or other elements, well then we can consider them another interview, and then we have the preference there, because what can happen is that we require first the attention of health, psychological one or any other type, and of course the preserving his or her dignity, the child's dignity. And then also what we have adopted as best practices in our units with the interviewers nationally. And then we have there, we have actually there, you have to imagine of the ones you have, well, it's the same as, and then we have a physical one. We actually have there. So what do we do as police? We keep it there. We always save it. We says we put tape, and then we have the police, and then we have there of the physical one. and then we have there, and then we have the mental ones, and we have the thought that they have, their living, their episodes, all these are facts that of which they've been victims, and we are going to come in there in an inadequate way. And then we have there, and then we have to be, and then we have there, we're actually having access for this memory that is fragmented, for the trauma that they lived. So we're going to come in there of this place, and then we have there of susceptible ones. And actually, you like that there's inadequate that we used to do this. This formation, this paradigm, we have to come in there in this way, in an adequate way, the ones that you teach to all interviews, so you can actually, and then we have of the physical place. And then we have to have access to this mental access there, because there is a diverse children. Juan Luis Leon were saying that the world, that kids are in a diverse world. It is like that. Each one is unique. He has needs, requirements. There are many children that have special conditions. For example, they're autistic, autism, or Down syndrome, speech alteration. So the investigator can come in there. He cannot come in there with the specific characteristics of the child with whom they're going to be interviewed. And that's why this circuit of victims from the start, it's accompanied by public officials that actually there's actually accompanied by a person that is not the interviewer, that actually asks, there's some basic things, like for us they're basic. Did you eat today? Did you have breakfast? Are you taking any medication? All these basic questions are made to the child to know, to plan the meeting. So what specific characteristics does the child have? Because how am I going to work there without knowing the person that I'm going to interview? And then what happens if the child has a epileptic crisis and I did not detect any in my planning and I'm not prepared? And then we have there as a detective, as a police. And then after this investigative one that is video recorded, the kid actually leaves, and he's also the accompany always of a public official, and they wait in this place that we have denominated as waiting room. And there are two waiting rooms in our interviewing sites. One that is conditioned for public officials and their families, and another one next to it, juxtaposition, where the child is accompanied by a public official. Why are they separated? Because the child cannot hear what the police officer is telling to the parents, to the mother. And what comes after this investigation, the mother must know that many times they come without knowing or without being informed of the procedure that is about to happen. And that's why the child is kept safe in this waiting room, so that they can listen to what we're commenting to the mother. But this change always has to come backed by knowledge and emotion. You have to have this healthy balance of knowledge of the detective, the interviewer, or the intermediate, without leaving the motivation and the heart that involves us in every interview, although it should be a neutral interview, not to involve there. And then we have their subjective and incorporate those elements that the child has said, but we cannot pass aside the emotions, because we are working with people. So we always say to the interviewers that there has to be a healthy balance between knowledge and emotion. And we're asking ourselves in Chile, is it necessary and urgent to take care of children? And then what we have there, the interviews, then we have here anything else to say? Is there something that I should do? And in respect of the question that if it's necessary or urgent to take care of children, we believe that yes, it is. And it was necessary to make a change. The phrases that children have shared with we want them to be repeated evermore. phrases like the following. I really like to come to this appointment. Thank you very much for listening to what I told you. Thank you very much for listening and believing in what I say. May I hug you? Thank you for helping me. I feel more tranquil now. What I liked about you is that I was able to tell you what happened because I only thought that I had to, only felt that not to go to the hospital. I had to go to you. You are good with children. We've just heard a replay, a playback of what children tell us at the end of our interview. And we believe that with that, we end up being committed as the child police of Chile to continue in our work, difficult as it may be, that we need training to put our skills, our knowledge, all this tool set, the skill set that we have. As Paula says, yes, this subcommittee, and we're ever grateful for the invitation and honored to participate and share our best practice with you. Thank you very much to the Policía Nacional de Colombia. Thank you. Thank you, really, thank you to Comisaria Paola and Subcommissioner Brenda. Thank you both as guest speakers. Much obliged. I wish to introduce to you at this time Patrolman Anderson Daniel Alvarez Control that works at the Directorate of Special Protection Services of the National Police, and he protects infancy and teenagers, children and teenagers through culture, music. They actually develop a way of obtaining coming closer to the child and the adolescents, generating that trust with the community. That Patrolman Alvarez, he's a singer, composer. I'd like to mention that all his compositions are in and around prevention, emphasizing open thy eyes, always leaving the name of our institution well represented. Patrolman? Right. Hi. Good morning. With the permission of all MAR's higher-ranking officials, I would like to say thank you that we actually give a round of applause to God for allowing us today to share with all of you, to be gathered here, sharing with all of you after so many situations that we have been exposed to. Truly, I want to tell you a bit of what I do. I am a police of children and teenagers. I love to sing, I love culture, I love music. I used to sing ever since I was 8 years old, and when they gave me this post of being a patrolman for children and teenagers, I thought it was a huge, huge responsibility, and I thought it was a responsibility, and we are all too committed, very well committed with youth, with children. A policeman of children and teenagers goes to the field, sees families, see how kids are being reared, brought up, and you can have the will to say the kid needs an intervention. And I'm one of those persons that I believe in God, and I know that God there is looking each one of us for our actions and a rescue of a child or saving someone of another person. And it's more if it's a kid of there on the future of that person of Colombia and any part of the world is actually that is very, very beautiful. I would like to sing rap, reggae, dance, and this is not dancing music. This is music to be listened to hear the lyrics of the song. It is a crude message, it is a harsh message what's about to hit you. But this is how people understood when the lyrics hit you to the heart. It feels that when you're touched, you're going to say, look, I have kids too. We must be aware and take precautions with all we're exposed in the social media. And without further ado, I hope you like this. And it says, hit it, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. I want you to just listen to the lyrics of the song. Hit it, maestro. Camila is a girl of a wealthy family, and she's 15 years and she feels really emotionalized, and she never asked for anything. Well, in reality, she's not very interested in material things, but their parents want to give her a prize, so decided to prepare her to a surprise. They have a lot of money, so they sent her on a cruise whereas all through the Caribbean in her cruise, and it was difficult, and she went to beautiful places where they have sea and sand, and then when they got there, she stumbled and someone to picked up, and that's where she met them. He is 17 and his name is Raul, and he is there. He's a blue principal. He was blue-eyed. Yes, he was a useful there, a very respectful there, and then actually he felt there when they got there, because before there was a note and a flower, and it was from Raul. Speaking of love, she felt very emotional and she felt very happy, and then in the next day we lost her. What do you think happened? She fell in love, right? That happens, but it says, and in the next days she fell in love with her, and that's why he decided to be owner of her skin, of her feel, and then she loved him, and she gave her his heart and her virginity. And then when she got up, then from a little this, there was a letter this of her blueprints that said, I love you, my princess, signed Raul. Go, before you get to home, don't open the trunk. And there was in a trunk, and there says, Ma'am, Dad, let's talk with our children. It said in that trunk, he had a note. And then when she got there, she says hello and says, but she remembers that she has a message in her trunk, in that trunk that Raul gave her. And then she goes to the room, and then she opens the trunk to find out what it says. And what a great surprise for that teenager, because in the trunk, it came with a flower that was now dried, and a note that it said, look, welcome to the club of AIDS. So really, honestly, when we speak with our children, when we, amongst family, mother and father, they're that pillar that is really, really very key. And then we have the relationship with that mother and father. There's a great communication, a good dialogue, and then the example that my father and mother is giving. But if father and mother give everything to the child and they never speak with him, they never dialogue, they never generate that trust with their child, that is their child, believe me that many things will happen that you will say, when did this all hit me? And if you like it, I'd like you to give you an applause for God, if you liked it. Thank you for listening. Thank you for taking out the time to be here. Thank you for the work that you do. Really, being a policeman of any part of the world is a beautiful opportunity, and when you are a policeman, you should be proud of being a policeman. And when you are a policeman of children and of teenagers, thank to God. And any case is not a problem. It's actually, I have to reflect myself in my acts, paying something back to God. God places you where you should be. If you met that family, there is a reason that they need for you to help them, that you listen to them, that father that doesn't know what to do with their child, and perhaps you can give them that care, that handling, that orientation. Thank you, and may God bless you all. I hope that you have actually enjoyed your break, and now we're going to start a different dynamic, and we're going to start our panel focused on international restitution of rights of children and teenagers and families, where we have Andrea Mogullos from the Family Welfare Institute, ICBF Colombia, Alfonso Collado Miguel from the Ecuadorian Police, Lieutenant Colonel Pariencia Grisales of the National Police of Colombia, Sergeant Rene Martinez of the National Civil Police of El Salvador, and as a moderator, Dr. Donny Alexander Bravo from the Foundation Affectionate. So please, if you could come on stage before I read. Andrea Mogollon is a specialist in human rights and family law of the Subdirector of Adoptions of the ICBF, the Colombian Family Welfare Institute, the group of reestablishment of international rights with 8 years of experience in the public sector and the measures of the rights of the child. Lieutenant Colonel Luis Alfonso Collado Remacha, he worked as police action since the year 2000 in the subsystem preventive of the Amazons and Sierra and the coast as chief of the National Unit of Investigation of Children and Teenagers since 2008 in the city of Manta, the province of Santo Domingo of the Los Achiles y Guayas, an analyst and manager of human talent of the personnel of the National Police of Ecuador. Currently, he is the national chief of the TENAP. He's a magister in strategic management and citizens rights, a lawyer and investigative police in environmental crimes and in the protection of children and teenagers. Lieutenant Colonel Viviana Valencia Gonzalez is a police administrator with studies in teaching with emphasis in micro-teachings and a diploma in police intelligence, neuro-linguistic programming, and a seminar and the basic ones of work, and likewise in interactive works and ethical issues in finding police integrity and the analysis of intelligence in investigations. Within the post that she has worked as the chief of human talent of DEASPOLS, the chief of police intelligence accountable for coordinator Europol, and currently she is the chief of protection and children and teenagers of Colombia. Sergeant Rene Martinez of the National Civil Police of El Salvador. Among his profile, we have studies in philosophy of police intelligence, community police, strategic guidelines for the standards, the roles of prevention of the national police, rights in cases of victims of violence and crimes, and policy and human rights of the Police of Human Rights of El Salvador, of children there, of crimes against women, and worked as chief of the Department of Citizens Care, and where you have the sections that are reported to them, the unit for women of specialized on women in situation of violence, and this section in the center of victims in crisis. These all provide follow-up to the other sections throughout the country. Right. Then Dr. Donny Alexander Bravo of the foundation, and you are as a lawyer, and then we have there as the Free University, a specialist in administrative rights. And we have today as a moderator, likewise, of this panel that we're going to carry out with this one, with which I'd like to hand over the mic so that we can start, please. Right, good morning to all. It is really a pleasure to be here with you today. As an introduction, I think we should always tackle topics that are of our interest and that actually enlighten us as police, that help us in the development and the execution of our duty, that we have that capacity to help citizenry when and wherever they need it. From there, we must have that need of our knowledge and to handle all these topics that at the end of the day, they actually help us to reestablish the rights of children and teenagers. After this preamble, I would like to start this panel called International Restitution of Rights of Children, Teenagers, and Families. Welcome to all. As a justification, we would be able to say that children, teenagers that are unduly retained by parents or caretakers or a family member abroad shall be protected against any illicit undue transfer or displacement to be returned to what is considered their habitual domicile. So the idea is to have training among the different bodies of the police pursuant to carrying out processes with restituting the international rights of children and teenagers. Within this framework, we must support ourselves in the Hague Convention of the 5th of October of 1980, ratified by the Colombian state within the law of 173 of 1994, and the Inter-American Agreement of Montevideo of 1989, ratified through law 480 of 2004. Andrea Mogollon, good morning. Andrea, Dr. Mogollon. We'd like to pose the following question. Keeping in mind that there is an increase in migrations of Colombians to other countries, what is the role of the ICBF as central authority for protecting the rights of children and teenagers in matter of international restitution of rights? The mic doesn't work. Good morning to all. Before I answer the question posed, I would like to start by thanking the Policía Nacional de Colombia. For us, as the Family Welfare Institute of Colombia, ICBF, and to protect the rights of children and teenagers in Colombia, it is very important to participate in this type of events that enables us to socialize our processes and to share good practices with the countries that are invited here today in executing the international agreements that have been ratified in terms of teenagers, children, and family. In answering the question posed to me, the ICBF, the Colombian Family Welfare Institute, that is, works as a central authority. It is the one who is in charge of handling all the process of international restitution of rights, regulating visits under the Hague Convention of 1980 or under the Inter-American Convention of International Restitution of Rights for Minors. Year in, year out, we have identified that migration is increasing of Colombians to other countries that are associated with this convention, or likewise when we're a country that requires that when we receive children from other nationalities that have been retained or transferred in an illicit manner to Colombia. In order to mention this a bit, we want to know what we talk about of this transfer or this illicit retention, this pursuant to the purpose that we have in the agreement. The international agreement applies exclusively for minors of under 16. It's important to do if applies the request of restitution or international visits in respect of illicit retainment. I, as a parent, or whoever has the custody of the child or teenager, I grant a permit for the child for them to leave from the country for holidays, for a short visit, but within that permit that is actually demanded by the authorities in Colombia. And I put a specific span of time. In other words, I say, my child has the right to leave Colombia for a fortnight, 20 days, a month, but I am writing that during that time, it is for a time that I, as a parent, because I have the custody of this minor, I am going to grant temporarily. That time spent, the country leaves with the other parent or with any other person, and the child does not come back. That's when we have the request of restitution due to retention, because the time span that I granted, my child is still abroad, and then we said, okay, I want him back. In these type of requests is where we start this international request. An illicit transfer, which is another cause to request this restitution, is that I leave with my child through migrating points that are not authorized. And this happens really in our country and with our neighboring countries. So I walk through a place that is not an authorized migration point, or I present documents to the migration authority that are not genuine. They may be forged, so my child may leave there, and this is an illicit transfer. And with this, I would like to start in context so that you know what is the purpose of the agreement. Is that the child be sent back, younger than 16 years, to the country where he or she has had her usual life, where they have their education center, where they have their family nucleus, where they have all for him or her to develop life as normal as he or she has been developing it. So what we do as central authorities, we receive all the requests presented by citizens. And we are present nationally, the ICBF, the Colombian Family Welfare Institute. The reason why when a citizen comes to these type of situations, the original orientation that is sent to the ICBF, which is the central authority to pursue these type of procedures in Colombia in respect of international countries. So in effect, as soon as it arrives to us, a request, we analyze that the country where the minor is there is a party signature country. This is why we have countries from Ecuador and El Salvador, whose countries are part of that convention. And we identify this to determine what type of agreement will work, if the Hague Convention or the Inter-American one. After that, we would gather all the documents that were identified and are credited that we had the transfer or the illicit transfer, and we send the documentation to the central authority of the other country. So in all countries, they have designated a central authority to enforce this international agreement. So the communication and cooperation is a judicial one amongst states, where we're going to have communication with the central authority of the other country to request that that child or teenager be returned to Colombia, where the child usually or teenager usually resides. Then I'm going to speak a few of the exceptions that we have within the very agreement, so that there is a denial of returning the child to Colombia. Thank you very much. To rescue this agreement is actually for minors less than 16 years of age, and to restitute a child who has been retained or transferred illicitly to another country if they're in Colombia, when they're required by another country, another central authority of another country. You're right, doctor. So in order to look at that compared law, we have Lieutenant Colonel Luis Alfonso Collagos Remache from the Ecuadorian police. Colonel, good morning. We wish to know, Colonel, please, or please describe the process of international restitution in the cases where Ecuador is required or is requesting the return of a child. Thank you. To all, good morning. A cordial greeting from Ecuador, and in representation of the Ecuadorian government, the General Command, the Ministry of the Interior, and from my directorate in the CINAP, that today is, let me tell you a bit, it is the directorate, the CINAP, that before it was part of the DINAPEN, which was the National Director of Special Care and Attention, but due to the past 2 years we restructure thinking on the issues of families. That's why we have 4 units, which is the specialized unit for protection and investigation of children and teenagers, of which I am part, the National Unit Against Gender Violence, Women and Family Nuclei, the specialized units against crimes of sexual violence crimes, and special units, and breaches to migrants. It is a large division directorate now, and there, as you have expressed, the DINAPEN has been working hand in hand with the central authority that, through Ecuador, has ratified these international agreements with the Inter-American Convention that have to do with restituting minors to their homes, and so that we can actually have a guide and to be oriented with the agreement of The Hague and with the Convention of the Rights of Children that actually gives us the guidelines, an issue that is of this convention that speaks about our peers and the attention that we must be provided by the central authority. And in this sense, the DINAPEN articulates with central authority so that jointly with the specialized agents at the national or international level, we actually work in 24 provinces and 2 that are there in the metropolitan environment, so that we can carry out the corresponding investigation in a reserved manner. We articulate and investigate, and we let the authority know the results of our investigation. However, we have been in this pathway bit by bit, seeing the topics that we have as critical nodes, and that, yes, it's important that we give it the handling that must be given there to these issues, prioritizing the rights of children. Of an undue retainment, and what you said that you mentioned, that I thought was in the case of Colombia, that as of the 16 years in the case of Colombia, according to our legislation, there's children and teenagers up until they're legal adults, i.e. 18 years of age. So in concurrence with this, as national police and specialized police in children, we, every 6 months, have meetings with the U.S. Embassy and the different government institutions in order to carry out the guidelines of those undue retainments of leaving from Ecuador to the U.S. and vice versa. So in that pursuit, we're going to analyze case-by-case basis, and we're going to have the adequate and due treatment there. On the issue of this with the U.S. Embassy. Colonel, thank you very much for your response. Now I would like to welcome Sergeant René Martinez of the National Civilian Police of El Salvador. A pleasure, Sergeant. We would like to know, in respect of parental care, can you actually context us how through current norms in El Salvador you guarantee the protection of the rights of children and teenagers in regulating the visits and the international restitution of their rights? Right, of course. Good morning. Welcome to everyone. Good morning to everyone. And it is an honor for me to be here, truly, in our country, under the context. What we have is the family code, which is the one that regulates everything that has to do with the parental authority, i.e. custody. And of course, I'm going to cite Article 135 of that code, where it mentions in their final area the recognition of children are voluntary or by mandate of a judge. What does this mean? In many countries, perhaps, but in our case, our legislation in El Salvador, there are irregularities for a large percentage of Salvadorian men where there is irresponsibility as parents. But this law protects not only the child in respect of guaranteeing them their food, room and board, and everything that has to do with their rearing. So, so much so that we have a Procurator General that is called the Procurator General of the Republic, where by not fulfilling Article 135 of the Family Code, the mother can go to that procurator to file a claim for child support against the father, and that is how we carry out a procedure, an administrative one, of course, so that this person, this father, could remain close and continue to provide economical support of the child. And when in the final part, or judicially, it refers to when that person doesn't want to do it talked out, well, then we have the family courts to enforce the process, enforced through a process, and in the end it is the judge that rules and issues the compulsory, the mandatory recognition to that child. And aside from that, aside from being sanctioned, with child support, and that is how you end up having this type of processes. Of course, here one can mention, remember please that in our legislation, also we have the agreements that are precisely binding of the rights of the child, that many countries have them. And obviously we make an emphasis on that in order to be able to provide a response to this type of situations that we live in our media. In our country, clearly, it is always necessary to accompany when required by the parties mentioned, and that is where our personnel, our police, do this type of accompaniment, and so that we can close in a situation that actually satisfies the person, and mainly to help in the evolution and best life possible of that child that really has been abandoned by the father. That is how we work, and this is how we enforce this Article 135 of the Family Code in my country. Thank you. Perfect, Sergeant. Thank you very much. Now, starting with the procedure that the police and infancy police of Colombia should do now, we have Lieutenant Colonel Viviana Janet Valencia Gonzalez. She's the chief of child and adolescent police, child and teenage police in Colombia. We'd like to know, Colonel, what is the police action of the 3 lines for children and teenagers: control, prevention, and criminal investigation, where allegedly it has been irregularly taken out of country from the country by one of the parents or by a third party. Thank you very much. Well, I'd like to use this venue to thank the attendance in this international Congress, so many people, and to share very briefly, especially with the countries that visit us today. How is this topic of childhood and teenage cases for the National Police of Colombia. We have Law 1098 of 2006, and that law basically within its stipulations states that the National Police, as per or through the child and teenage police, will say that we have the willingness to create this area of child and teenage police, and it also refers 16 duties that the police must carry out. Following those stipulations, the National Police creates this child and teenage police, and of course deploys what is stipulated in those 16 mandates. And then we speak of some activities of prevention. What do we say in respect of prevention? Well, the generation of programs and campaigns that avoid, that hinder, that prevent from having our children and our teenagers have their rights breached. That's what we talk about prevention. This is where I want to stop for a moment and make a reference there. The police has had or created, as of those articles with all the members that participate in that one, in the family welfare, a program that is called Open Your Eyes. This program was designed so that we can articulate everything that has to do with those activities that allow us to prevent that children and teenagers in Colombia have their rights breached or end up being vulnerable to some intervention. And as of that focus, we have 54 instances of protection. We have the presence of our chiefs of children and teenagers, and they're here in this scenario, and they deploy this program throughout our national territory. This is a pedagogical program that what it's seeking is to find or to reach all children and teenagers, to let them know what risks are they exposed to, what may they do, also how can they be avoided, and how can they approach our institution, the whole institutional set. What we want is to constitute a good citizen, to tell them what's good and what's not, because regrettably many of these children are actually have their rights breached within their family nuclei, and they don't have perhaps that clarity as to what are the good situations, what is a bad situation, what is the value of having an authority figure in the home. So what we're talking of restituting the rights, well, we're talking about prevention because the police has thought that if we were to work in matters of prevention, we could very much avoid many risk factors. This program is designed not only for children and teenagers, but also for the family, because we understand that if we were to educate the family, if we form the family, we could be generators of the reduction in this type of situation. So whenever the parents understand what or how they are exposed when they take their children and teenagers out without undue permits or irregularly, when they actually know what could happen if they transfer a child, even with those permits do not comply with the requirement of the other parent that allow them to leave the country in certain situations just for a limited amount of time.
So that's why it's necessary to talk about this topic. We have other activities of surveillance and control. So we talk about prevention. Now we talk about control and surveillance. And we also articulate with all the national system of national welfare system. We perform those activities in terminals. So more in the topic. So we end up we go to those ports, so our children and adolescents may leave the country in a regular manner. We don't want that. So we also focus the work with the National Institute of Welfare, where we find the vulneration of these children with Migración Colombia. We articulate activities, so we search for the reestablishment or restitution of rights with the directive entity, which is the ICBF. We are those co-team members, and we are in that accompaniment process with those families, in the process to reestablish the rights, to restitute the rights, and everything they may need from us. Apart from that, after having these prevention points, surveillance and control, we had the criminal investigation part. If from these activities that we perform of surveillance and control, follow-up and control, we need the support from the judiciary police, from international cooperation. With our judiciary police, we articulate activities with all those responsibles from the welfare system in Colombia. We also have the Attorney General's office, the prosecutor's office. What for? So that all these hearings, so that we can assure our children and adolescents their rights. That's basically what we from the National Police do regarding the restitution of rights. Thank you. Now, just in summary, three-line actions: prevention, control and surveillance, and prosecution. Based on that, we kind of work and restitute those rights that were breached. Dr. Andrea, so when a child has been moved or retained illegally from or to Colombia, what is the process performed to achieve the return from the country that's considered his residence? With regards to this question, it is important to mention that the restitution at international level, as a request within the Hague Agreement or Inter-American Convention, they are requested in two ways. What does it mean? We are asked by other countries when girls, boys, and adolescents are retained or moved towards Colombia. They are here, be it because there was an exit permit that exceeded the time, or because there was an illicit movement of the child, or we require that when one of our Colombian children leaves the country regularly towards an agreement country. So as a prevention tool, so it is important to say that our legal framework, Law 1098 of 2006, sets forth that for a child, boy or girl or adolescent to leave the territory, they need the prior permit by their parents if they're not travel together. So this mechanism has been good to protect the rights of our boys, girls, and adolescents, so they are not trespassed nor breached just when living with one of the parents. So considering that in the family disputes, really, the person who's the center of the controversy, so when the child leaves Colombia, he has Colombian nationality, or he has migration institute here, status here. He needs that document to leave the country. So this has avoided, so that the majority of us, of the children, may live without the avail or authorization from other countries. So when our children, when they have been moved from other countries, for example, so a child had its central life in the United States, so he would go to school, so he would go to his medical appointments. He has his central life in the States. One of his parents is Colombian, and he travels to Colombia for a certain time. So the child does not return to the United States, so they stay in the country. So in this case, we are the requesting country. It's the United States to their central authority. They request the return of that minor, in attention to the fact that we are breaching the right he has to continue in his central life, where he had health, educational services, and so forth. With regards to that, all the requests, when they came from foreign countries, they reached the National Institute of Welfare. So we'll determine this group in which we identify if, as a matter of fact, we have the legal retention, which are the budgets for the execution of the international agreement. If they accredit the permanent residence in the other country, to accredit that my child lived in the States, I have to submit documents from school, from health, and education. So I demonstrate that he lived and stayed in the States. When we certify that all requirements are met, if the information that is submitted from the central authority comes from the location of the child in Colombia, we send the request to one of our entities in the region. But many times when we move the child towards Colombia, the father, he only knows that he's in Colombia, but he doesn't know where he's located. Colombia, it's a country that is quite big. So we start a search process. How do we locate the child? We talk to the police of childhood and adolescence. We also we work with Interpol, we talk with the Ministry of Education to see if the child is registered in an educational program. Just we check that he is in the health service databases to make sure he is being granted that right. Sometimes they have no location. The father knows that he is in the Colombian territory. Once we identify as ICBF the exact location of the child, what we do is to send him to the regional office to have an authority taking care of him, which will proceed with the first stage and in the administrative phase. We are present nationally through our family defenders officials. They develop all the activities to safeguard the rights of our boys, girls, and adolescents. Once the administrative authority, in our case, the family ombudsman, and then we have several actions, among which we request Migración Colombia to not to allow the exiting, the leaving of the country by this child. So we avoid this child to take Colombia as just a transit country to go through other countries. We identify that there could be this risk factor. We request the impediment from the migratory authority to generate the alert, and if the minor tries to leave the country, so we will have a report in the process, and we inform that they cannot leave the country until it is properly solved. After that, the family defender is going to summon the person who allegedly extracts or retains the person illegally. They contact the mother, the father, and there is a request of restitution internationally based on the agreement signed by the country, which is an international judiciary cooperation system. When this happens, what the defender of family does is to persuade the person to go back voluntarily. That is to say, without starting any judiciary process or prosecution process affecting the child or the person who retains or is traveling with the child. In this type of request, the family defender may have a verification of rights of the minor to see how he is, to have a short interview, a social report, then that is his rights are being assured. So after that, this due diligence has two results. So it could be that the person may return voluntarily. He says, okay, I'm going to come back with my child, and because as a matter of fact there was a permit to leave, and I'm going to go back. So if this happens, so we have a follow-up until the person returns, the authority returns, and the support from the Migración Colombia. So we have in the other territory. So when we have the closing of the process, we typically ask accompany police from the influence and adolescents through migration to accompany the follow-up so that we may know that he is ready. So if the person refuses to come back, if the person doesn't want to return because he is in risk situation for the boy or girl, so the request goes to a family courthouse. They will determine if the minor should return or not to the country that is requesting. So how do you analyze that? We verify that as in fact within the agreement of the Hague in 1890 and the Inter-American Convention. So we have to restitute the child. So we set up the right to have the typical residence and not to be separated from the family, because in his habitual residence he used to live with his family. Nevertheless, we set up some exceptions. We cannot return, or okay, as far as within the request, we are informed that there is, for example, a high risk for the child. So any type of mistreatment, so by the parents who is requesting. So we need to test this, and we would accredit that in fact there is a high risk for this minor. Second, that there is opposition by the part of the boy, girl, or adolescent. So from 2016, we stipulate within the same conventions. We say that we need to consider the opinion then, depending on the maturity level, depending if we have the certainty of what he wants and where he wants to be. So within the same convention, this exception is that we don't have to return boys, girls, and adolescents when they mention that there is an opposition because they are not comfortable. They prefer to be here with their mother's family, and we analyze that to see if they can return. So when we have a time and they need to have these processes, since I am protecting the typical residence, when my child had its center of life, I need this process to be resolved quickly. The country that was considered the typical residence is going to stop being, and they're going to start another process. If the child is 5 years of age, he lived 3 years there, and he has been here for 2.5 years, we need to discuss really which is the center of life for the child. This is an exception. It's not that as a father, would grant a permit to exit the country for 15 days, and after 2 years he would say, no, I want my child to return. No, this is not so. The request should be given once. So, so let me see. Used to see. Sorry, there's one. Could we leave the questions for the end? To rescue from the procedure and hybrid process. So okay, Doctor, my colonel, what is the role the national police has in terms of international restitution of boys, girls, and adolescents? I need to ask you for a favor. I would like to make a short parenthesis here of what was mentioned by Lieutenant Colonel Viviana. So, so we work with something similar. So we as National Police of Ecuador, so adolescents, we manage these three axes with actions and activities from research, operation, and what has to do with prevention. And within the investigation search, we work in restitution. We coordinate with the central activity. In that axis, it is key what you have said, and it's towards we're projecting ourselves to articulate the issue of celerity. This issue of international restitution is not properly, so the person who's going to trust who has the guardianship of the child. So that's National Police. On the other hand, we perform actions that go directly. So and with the competent authorities, and we offer that support and articulation. So it's an issue where the support we receive. So with the OUR, so we need to work with. We've done a good job in terms of operations. So regarding the prevention issue, so we have to, in terms of national campaigns, I live, for example, I vivo without violence, my childhood and adolescence. And the other campaign that is towards social media with responsibility, totally linked to the educational community. So you refer with other subjects. So as a specialized police, to articulate with migration and national police with attributions, this is a state's entity. We articulate with them, we keep the operations and the executions regarding the exiting of the country and arrivals to the country of infants with central authorities. But yes, the exit of a child illegally through illegal trails. So that's where we are also projecting our operational execution in the territory. Practically, is as we have articulated as police unit with DINASEP. So it is true that before, as a directorate specialized in children and adolescents, we have 4 units. DINASEP is in charge, and we articulate with them boys, girls, and adolescents, and missing adults. So, because there is a confusion there in this case, given with children who have disappeared, who are missing. So, when we have a case of kidnapping, so if this is not a case of illegal retention or the illegal exit of a child or adolescent from the country, so that's where we articulate because we've been working for 2 years with the execution of this new inter-minister agreement. So especially focused on the family. That's why we are part of a great directorate, but only with the family, boys and girls, sexual crimes, and people trafficking. It is how we're going to articulate in that sense. Police, we work like that. Sergeant, what type of action are developed with the purpose of developing the reinstallment or restitution of rights of children and adolescents, internationally speaking? In fact, as institution, we are articulated with other institutions from the state. And of course, to give an answer, so your question is interesting because here we have already, I just remembered that, so send me, from the care that I just remember, that would leave me. In the present, so from other police from the world. To give offer, I would like to mention 3 articles from our Constitution from the Republic of El Salvador. It says that the article number 1, in paragraph number 2, it says that the state it recognizes from the moment of conception human life. Why is it necessary to say this? Because from the voices of help or the comments that we've heard from yesterday, they're very interesting, from very interesting presentations. Okay, for article number 2 from our Constitution, they say that we all have right to liberty, to security. So our Article 3, we see that we are all equal before the law. That in our legislation. So for that, the three institutions called the National Civil Police, the Salvadorian Institute of Integral Protection for Children and Adolescents, and the National Council for the Protection of Children and Adolescents, we work in order to rescue this serious situation against our children in El Salvador. So, for that, there was also a need. We being clear on the fact that what the Article 134 sets for, and paragraph 7th of our Constitution, where what we call it with our legislative assemblies, which are the ones responsible to create the laws, and also um, when by the executive power they assume certain commitment. So we assume, for example, seeing that we have the rights of children, so it is clear that for us to provide a law that's called the Law of Integral Protection, the Act of Integral Protection for Children and Adolescents, for LEPINA. So that's the here we have 170 articles in that reform. So this is from September 18, from in September 2017. We have 260 articles there. So this is exclusively so that the three instances may, as instrument, a legal instrument, be able to work and benefit of our children in El Salvador. So we've had a lot of inconvenience. So maybe they're redundant. We had aware, but we had also the gangs and the maras. That complicates and also affects our children and our teenagers here, the youth. It was necessary to reform our criminal code and the procedural code to get a concept, of course. I want to mention something that's very important, and because that's what we are trying to, and the current president with our police authorities, so to accompany the efforts of the executive and the legislative assembly, so that for this law that I just mentioned, it stops working, and then we have a new law that would be enforced as of January 2023. It will be in effect, and it's going to be called Growing Together, Crecer Juntos, because it's closely tied to what the first question referred to. If we see things as the situation starts to present in El Salvador, we start looking from the executive power and the legislative assembly, where we have all the deputies and both men and women. We provide tools to the responsible institutions to assure and guarantee the rights of our children and adolescents, so that the First Lady of the Republic, Mr. President Bukele, has appointed that function in which all institutions from the government and autonomous, we are working to be able to have one law that would assure to guarantee the situation. I don't know if it's a world level, but it's living. We know that El Salvador We have an exception regime. We've been with that for, let's say, 7 months, with the exception, with the state of emergency. So that has assured what? To take out of circulation all those people who've devoted themselves to do wrong to our childhood. Not only to them, but because there's a problem there. These criminal groups have kidnapped, have disappeared girls and boys so that we've had the need to be able to provide them a tool, a support for those families who are suffering from that scourge. So that new law, in which the responsibility also from the parents and mothers, they have to go hand in hand to be able to solve this situation and assure them, our girls and our boys, a better Salvador. I do believe that the situation as we see it today in Salvadorians, we are going we're going in the right path to improve and to have a better adolescents and children free, in which the 14 departments of the Republic, they may transit without any problem. And this that I've mentioned here is what the state is trying to do, so to provide them with this important part of, for our children, to tell them, okay, this is the payment. Here we're going to solve this situation. And our children, boys and girls who are developing themselves, to leave them a better Salvador for the future. Because the reality is very serious. I don't know if here in Colombia they've have certain problems like the ones we have, but we've tried through the central government, institutions, and our institution of civil national police, we've tried to go looking for alternatives to improve the quality of life of our children and all of our citizens, both men and women. Thank you, Nutia. Legislation in terms of boys, girls, and adolescents. My colonel, how do you as police coordinate with other entities to serve other reasons regarding with the national restitution of boys and girls? Well, I'm going to be talking a little bit about with a case on how we develop the case so that we better understand each other. In Colombia, I think that we have that aspect quite organized. We have, through the system of well-being, all institutions that make it, we've set up certain routes for the attention of some cases. Viviana talks about some routes and some routes. What is that about? One route is nothing but the step-by-step, the protocol, what we should do when we know about a case of girls, boys, and adolescents. For each situation, there we have one step-by-step to follow. We call it route. So, in our case, basically, what we do is, here, Colombians, generally in each situation we look for the police. And that's a little bit that kind of a joke, but even for giving a direction to go somewhere, we go to the police. So they go and let us know. Let's say, not for this case, but my husband took my daughter away from the country, gave him the permit for 2 months, and he has not returned. He doesn't answer the phone, but maybe he just took him out for a weekend and he doesn't answer the phone. So they get to the police to present the case. Let us not go beyond. So, yeah, okay, he was not taken by any of the parents. He just left the family. He just left and he haven't found him. In that case, we activate the route of search location that we all know and is properly set up. What is that about? We start them. The National Police starts with that route, so we let the authorities know what is going on. So, as an institution that leads this process, and also the ICBF, the National Institute of Welfare, we report to them. We go to the family defender or representative. So then we have the case and we activate the route. How do we do that? We inform all the entities, once the Attorney General's Office, CTI, and Legal Medicine, through official communication. We tell them, okay, this is what happened. This is the minor's picture. It was lost here. And we all start with that search of that minor. So we participate as from starting the accompaniment, the search, the accompaniment to families. But apart from that, we see the other part here, and it is, and if the minor shows up or something, so that's what we expect. We find him over, or he shows up. So when a citizen tells us, "Okay, I found a kid, yeah, who is being looked for, which is in the media. I saw him on the Attorney General's office in a photograph. So he's in this part." There, we participated once more. One more time, we verify the minor status. Based on the status, we activate the route. We have to move him to a center. We improve, we check the health status, and we send them again to ICBF. If you can evaluate him, will participate in all the chain. We are always hand in hand with all the family welfare system, and we are present at each moment with regards to that particular articulation. Well, thank you. One question for the four experts here. So, time, we ran out of time. Doctor Andrea, which are the efforts that you've developed as of ICBF to assure the applicability, the implementation of procedure of international restitution of children and adolescents? Thank you. Well, from the National Institute of Welfare, along with the General Controller's Office and with the judiciary, we've worked with a bill which is going to allow the regulation of procedure of international restitution procedures and visits. So that way we can comply in terms pointed out for the international agreement and comply with the principle of this type of request needs its celerity. So right now we are in a moment, we are performing this job together to be able to submit it there, and so that the procedure, since Colombia is a requesting country, that has to be set up in a law. And so, and they will have due terms for the ICBF or the judiciary authority. Colonel, which are the efforts that you've performed at country level in Ecuador to assure the applicability of this procedure? Yesterday, my Colonel John Osari, he talked about Article 44 of the Constitution in Colombia. Something similar. Our Constitution talks about, in the sense that the state, the family, and the society, they are co-responsible for the applicability and especially responsibility they have with boys, girls, and adolescents. In that sense, and the Code of the Children and Adolescents in our country, also, both Article 11 and 77 refer to 2008 on how the specialized police in children and adolescents, we have that faculty through a code that obviously is typified in 163 of our Constitution of being a technical and specialized police. In that sense, participation of police also to integrate, to articulate, and to propose the government. So I've mentioned that before, that we have critical knots there with the issue of international restitution. So hand in hand for this 25th and 26th of October, we've been summoned already, part of the National Integral System of Protection of Rights, to also make observations, remarks, because we materialize from the territory what the law, what the standard sets forth in that sense. We're going to be part of these tables, to propose what is it that we need, what are the changes that we generate, and what are the proposals, like the Council for Equality and Intergeneration, and human rights, and others that are called. Thank you very much. So thank you, my colonel. So another the same question. So, which are the efforts that have been made by El Salvador to assure the applicability of this procedure? Yes, in fact, well, we will stop working at the police and also at these institutions that I just mentioned. And the second question, so trying to improve, give positive tools, and precisely also working hand in hand with institutions that are responsible from the central government to be able to provide the proper inputs from the perspective that we see, or the need that we see, to have more instruments that go to all our childhood and adolescents, and that they shouldn't be suffering with this situation. I mentioned the new law, which we're working now. So, in the final stage, providing accompaniment not only in that case but also through prevention programs, so that it could be involved and we have better results and a better society in our country. Thank you. So, my colonel, so, how can we assure the applicability of this procedure? Well, try to be very concise to give some space for questions that we may have here. I want to tell you that we bet right now on two fundamental aspects. As we will see here, we have all the standards, legal framework to work in the search of the protection of children and adolescents, right? Nevertheless, right now, the Colombian police, they want to bet a lot on prevention to avoid our children from being vulnerable or breached in their rights. So yes, it is extremely important to rescue them. It is important to look for them, but it is more important to avoid them and to keep them from going into that situation. So it is also important to have effective international cooperation. An example of that is this encounter. That's why we have this Congress. Not just to know what we do internationally, but to bet on the fact to work together. So this is a phenomenon that's affecting us all. We all have a childhood and adolescents that they feel safe, they are at ease, and they may grow happy. Very likely we're going to have a future with a much better projection than the one we have here. That's the bet of the National Police of Colombia. We hope that these spaces here will be more frequent, and we have those international links, and we continue working with them. Thank you, Colonel. And now we're going to have some questions from our audience. Sergeant, please. Boss, Chef. Good morning. I am Lieutenant Chief Ciro Alonso Rolon. I work at the police department in Risaralda. My question for doctor is, in case we had a situation of restitution of rights, so the lady is with her child, so the time to return to the country is due, and then she says, no, I don't have the economic resources to return to that country, center of life. So I have a lot of needs here. We as police officers, we ask ourselves, what are we going to do? She says, yes, I know. I am breaking the law, perhaps, but what am I going to do? I don't have the resources to return. I want to return there with my child. So there, I mean, what's the step ahead? We could leave the child in protection, but the question is, the lady says, I want to return with my child. But am I going to be also reception? I'm going to be, okay, what's the process? Well, if there is a request by the typical residence country of the child, so we as ICBF, we can articulate with the central authority of the other country to set up mechanisms allowing this return, voluntary return, because the lady is saying that she wants to perform the process to return voluntarily. We perform different procedures to coordinate and identify the type of authorities or organization that could be helped in moving the person from one country to the other. So the agreement sets for that if the minor was under the care of his or her mother, so the idea is that he or she should return with her mother. So we need to verify if we have any other type of criminal action for having that illegal return. So in this case, the father. So, doctor, I'm sorry about that. I asked you.
Bueno, entonces, yes, and I would like to go back up there, but I am actually having some needs here, something of an emergency at the moment there, and so for the girl and the child, yes, what we're saying is that what you should actually pursue is some logistics with the other country, and that of course this process actually requires speed. So the faster you react, the better you have. So whatever the woman is actually undergoing, and then we have there, and we can do it. We have it from the other country. And then, doctor, please, I mean, Intendente Victor Silva, and then we have the chief of police there on the Willow, and then we have there Aquaria, and then we have there, when you have there, you speak there of the international community that requests that from a child or teenager, that they do it through the Hague Convention, and then we have there, then we have there, and then we have there, if there, and then we have, and then we have the route that we have there. And then we have the father or the mother to have there. Then we have there the prosecutor there. Then we have, and keeping in mind that is a treaty. And then we have there, like the rights of adolescents, yes. And then we have there central authority. And then we have simply there. And then we have the search there through family welfare. This pursuant to identify there where we have that adolescent there and start the administrative process in such a way that we don't go to the prosecutors there, because we don't have there within the same process of international restitution. And then we have there, and then we have there from those mechanisms, and then we have there. Yes, and then we have there over there, and then we have why we don't go directly to the prosecutors there. All right, good morning. So, Dr. Andrea Mogullon, what should the request contain to restitute internationally to a child or a teenager? The legal representative, does they require a lawyer for that situation or not? Well, very good question. Initially, within the request of international restitution, we require the IDs of the parents, the child, to have a recent photograph of the child, to be able to seek and find the minor, and all documents that credit that the child did have their residence in the other country. How do I find out that the country was another country there? Through the education certifications, extracurricular activities, any documents that if I regulated the custody, the visit, and the child support at the other country, that's what's going to allow a judge from the Republic of Colombia to identify that the country of habitual residence was requesting the return of the minor. In as far as the lawyer, Colombia did not have any reservation in enforcing the international agreement, so that it is our duty, the Colombian state, to guarantee legal representation here in Colombia. Right, thank you. Good morning. A pleasure. I am Corporal Violos. I come from San Andres, Providencia, and Santa Catalina, and I have a question, I have a query to our counterpart of the Salvadorian police. In our territory of San Andres, we have an institution that is a territorial control institution for migrant people. That is why the people that come to the island must pay a tax which has a term of 15 days to be able to stay legally within the island's territory. It turns out that due to that controlled exercise, the migrant people, for them to establish permanently, is very complicated because they have to be exercising the control for them to leave and not be fined. As of late, keeping in mind the American dream, many migrants of neighboring countries like Ecuador, Chile, and Venezuela have actually used that route as a transit route to use it as a stepping stone and with them to go to the Central American continent and then get to Mexico and then go into the US. The joint work as we have done as police and being parts of the national system of family welfare, we've actually done some joint work with the Colombian Institute and the Navy and Colombian Migration, where whenever we actually execute the procedure of intercepting the boats in the high seas, in open Colombian seas, we do the procedure of reestablishing the rights of the children with the respective authority, including infancy police and teenage police. And since Salvador is a route to get to North America through Mexico, I wanted to ask the sergeant, how, as an institution, what is the step that you guys follow, or what is the protocol that you have established legally for us to restitute international of our children and teenagers in conditions of irregular migration? Thank you. Right, thank you. As a matter of fact, there are protocols. When we do this type of this action draws attention, we are a Central American country, the tiniest, but we're important, very important. As you well said, I am going to say it in this way, hope I express it properly. We are a country that is used for two things. As a stepping stone for drug dealers, US bound. Well, I think that in any country of the world we can see TV, social networks, and then we see when El Salvador seizes tons of sugar. And what is the people smuggling? That is what our legislation calls us in matters of migration. But answering your question, when we detect what we call smugglers, people traffickers to the person, in slang we call it the chicken peas, or polleros, and through migration and the State Department of El Salvador for Foreign Relations to be able to service these needs, and that the child or the teenager that we call them, we call it localization. We don't call it to be to be retained. We don't call them retained, we call them localized, and we take them to special houses where they receive medical care and everything that is necessary, and then we do the coordinations with the consulate or the corresponding embassy. In the case, for example, if there were to be here, in the case of Colombian, we would actually go to the to the Colombian embassy to report that we have citizens and children that are there, and then we do the processing. That's how we work in El Salvador. And well, their daily we retain or localize mostly people, the mother, the father, and aunt caring for the child, but that is the treatment when we activate the protocol, and we do so it in that way. We localize, we take it there from those houses, and then we actually do the work with the corresponding embassy. And that is the embassy that actually does the work correspondingly, so that they can return the child to what we have there. But I mean, as long as they have that modality, but the main thing as Salvadorans is to guarantee their rights to all peoples that are retained. But that's the way in how we do the coordinations in order to be able to, let's say, of repatriate. We will send them to the airport that we have, and then once they're at the airplane, that they actually come to their country of destination or country of origin, and that's where our procedure ends. How the accompaniment is then of what is our police. Well, time is up, and today we have been nourished in knowledge. We are much obliged from our four experts to the auditorium for their participation and questions collaboration. Thank you. prevention with children, adolescents, and women. From Costa Rica, we have the first agent, the first of Mr. Candulos. He's a coach of the police leagues, a black belt in Taekwondo, and he has preventive activity with youngsters focused on sports pursuant to developing skills for life. The Lieutenant Dennis Mauricio Campo of the Anti-Narcotics Director of Colombia. He's a professional in chemistry from Valle University, specialist in police services, and a master's candidate in sciences of chemical sciences in the National University of Colombia. He has a broad, ample experience in synthetic drugs and other chemicals. And he's an expert witness in forensic chemistry, and he is one of innovation and chemical labs of drugs from the strategic studies against drug trafficking. Right, with this, we will start with our panel. Right, so before we start, I would respectfully greet all the members here of this panel of psychoactive substances and their impact on youngsters, and of course to our guest speakers, international guest speakers, a fraternal greeting on behalf of our National Police of Colombia. Truly, it's going to be an honor to have you here today with us and sharing this experience that is so important for our police. Excuse me, obviously for the rest of the community of children and teenagers. Without further ado, we will start with this panel of experts, and let's say that question, I mean, that is quite important to be able to kind of get into in this context associated with the impacts that children and teenagers may suffer in respect of possible consumption of psychoactive chemicals. So for the first question that we'll put there, Kevin would like to pose the question to open this debate. Please, Kevin. First of all, good afternoon to all. And for me, it is a pleasure to be here and to be part of it. I am flattered. And with this, you are supporting youngsters, because truly it is a very important problem that we're having here worldwide. And well, the first question we have is, what is the context of psychoactive substance consumption by minors in your respective nations? Jimena, please, if you start. Right, thank you. Good afternoon to all. It is not a surprise that in our country, the tasting of psychoactive substances is approximately around 14 years of age. Especially because we all know that there are two types of substances, legal ones and illegal ones. So we're speaking of the fact that of the legal substances that are consumed the most by teenagers is alcohol, and of the illegal substances that are consumed by teenagers is marijuana, cannabis. That is a context that somehow it alerts us in order to carry out actions that are in pursuit of preventing in a timely basis all these risk situations that are generated around this phenomenon. There's several scenarios there. The population that are in schools, where you have a national study of the consumption of psychoactive substances that was developed in the year of 2016, where definitively it focuses on analyzing the pertinence of our policies. We know that we have a national plan, prevention plan, and reduction of psychoactive substances that we expect them to actually postpone or fade away there, especially after the 15 years. This is key information because it's not to give the opportunity to tell the community that youngsters should consume as of the 15. No, we know that there is scientific evidence that before the 15, they do not have brain maturity, and before 15, it means a decision making. That's why to actually develop some prevention activities that encourage community to have consumption that be postponed to periods much late. Then another important one is these figures that you're giving us, doctor, in respect of the average age that actually consumption and tasting begins among adolescents, and then, well, leaves us really like us, aside from worried. You see these materials to be able to focalize precisely about this early age. Agent Monica, the same question, what answer? How does one relate the consumption of psychoactive substances with adolescents and youngsters and the social context of where they live? Please, can you repeat? How do you relate the consumption of psychoactive substances in adolescents and youngsters and the context in where they live? What link is there? I understood, yes, well. It is very tied with the social conditions of adolescents. In Brazil, if you have more money, you consume different types of drugs. And the teenagers of the regions of vulnerable, they consume other types. But they all have exposure to the deficiencies, the social deficiencies that our country has. I think that we have I think that all countries are passing through an effect of the pandemic. And our country, if I understood, the children start to use the psychoactive substances even past the age of 10. And there are many ties, direct links with the deficiencies of the people who do not have support from the state. We do not have support from life, and we need to be accompanied by children and provide them with all the safety necessary so that we can get to have a better effect, because in Brazil we have many deficiencies, and that is of support to early childhood, to children and to teenagers. We are beginning in prevention in Brazil. I am needing, and I saw very well how we are there. If we don't start with the principle of prevention, there are many needs that that are in front of this, and we have to have them side by side, the prevention. So that is why children have to be on the margin of the schools. They stay out of school because they start too early to use psychoactive substances. Did I answer? Claro que sí. Yes, of course you answered. Thank you very much. She answered in Portuñol, a mixture of Portuguese and Spanish. Let's just say that here in Colombia we know it like the stratification of drug profiles. Different social classes consume different types of drugs that my agent actually consumed, because that is that unequivocally the social context is closely tied with that dynamics of consumption. Differential consumption that one may have as per your economic strata. Here in Colombia, it's quite frequent to see very much the consumption of substances of synthetic origin, mostly in high strata. So, Dr. Claudio, what relationship do you consider that the consumption has of psychoactive substances by youngsters and teenagers and crime and the committing crimes? Well, first of all, good afternoon and thank you very much for the invitation and for the question. I think that we don't have to have any suppositions. We have to have that this is a multi-factor. There's among them. Yes, we'd have to analyze the context. We have to analyze also the age of those teenagers. There's conditions. We know that as teenagers we are in a stage that is to go against the authority, against our parents, against schools, against institutions, and at times, not by the use of the substance. Really, what it implies is actually part of the nature. I don't want to say that all teenagers, but that they commit crimes. So we have to take into consideration the type of substance that one they have access to. If they're psychotropics, we know that the conditions could be relaxing. We have to see what effect does that drug have in adolescence so that we can generate to be able to commit a crime. We would have to analyze several aspects. They're multi-factors, and we have to analyze the situation where they live. But I would not agree in stigmatizing the fact that because you're a teenager, you have to generate consumption and therefore to be able to commit a crime. So I would say, please, let's look at the factors first. Right, thank you. Very important, really, um, a topic that you hold there. The stigmatization, I mean, definitively, it is something that perhaps it is rooted in the very upbringing in Latin America, that perhaps we stigmatize these youngsters that perhaps are consumers in an integral way. What could have been their motivations, also what led them also to that drug consumption, and then in the same way to be able to tackle mitigation strategies of those effects. And that's what it is. And also in the testimonies that we have, obviously there are children that confess. I've actually come to steal from my family, to my parents, their jewelry, their money, and also to be able to classify that what is a crime. Let's question ourselves, are parents really willing to actually denounce their children in committing a crime? It's not that easy to say no and then to stigmatize them. Well, likewise, we have population Afro people where we stigmatize that we have certain context and we sometimes don't know the context, we don't know the reality, and then, well, right, thank you very much. So, Andre, what is the context in Costa Rica of the consumption of psychoactive substances by youngsters? Right, good afternoon. First, I want to thank the invitation made to this Congress and an honor to share panel with people as prepared as you and of course the Costa Rican context in respect of the consumption of psychoactive substances in minors is actually quite variegated. But we can see that it was said there, as the lady said, mainly in teenagers as of these ages, around 14 onwards. However, in Costa Rica we have had cases, isolated cases, where we have detected youngsters in schools with drugs within the schools, and that is through special operations that we carry out in the schools. However, in Costa Rica, we are actually helping very much with the young population in prevention, a lot of emphasis in terms of prevention, youngsters mainly, to mitigate this problem. Thank you. And let's just say that from the standpoint, the operational standpoint, is actually important to mention that The prevention is a fundamental axis to be able to mitigate consumption. However, unequivocally, we must continue to do the operational side. Yes, exactly as I said, we have detected this through operations that we carry out. Let's remember, the people of the police, the Costa Rica of police is a preventive police. It concentrates its tasks in trying to avoid crime before we have it, the crime per se. So, however, as you well say, we still have to carry out special operations because the crime is committed currently. Right, so now being in context in respect of this important topic, there are a whole array of questions that we wanted to do to Dr. Jimena, and if our guest speakers wanted to intervene, they're more than welcome. Your observations. All right, so Jimena, what type of actions can we have developed jointly with the state institutions and civil society that enable one to mitigate the consumption of psychoactive substances by teenagers and youngsters? I wanted to complement something with the prior question. I think that I can broaden a bit the second question. In Colombia, we have a study that was made in the year 2009 about drug consumption amongst children, youngsters who have committed crimes. Although we're still doing research to recognize how much cause-effect relationship is there between drugs and crime and committing crimes, this study kind of broadens the look here in Colombia and what they tell us, and I'd like to have this very much in mind, these points, and that is that the consumption of those ones who commit crimes is 20 times more consumption than the general consumption. So we continue to have investigation because, what you were saying is important. It's multi factors. We cannot generalize, but in the context of those who breach the law, they say that cocaine is 20 times more consumed in teenagers in general, or the ones who are in school, than marijuana is 10 more times more consumed in those ones who commit crimes than in the population in general. And something that we have to point out that you mentioned is that in these studies we can actually unveil a bit with the national government, the Ministry of Justice, and other bodies. We were able to determine that the context and the dynamics is actually crucial. What did we find in this study? That we found that there was an important set of parents who have been in prison. 23% of these 1,100 and so adolescents that were surveyed, their parents were in jail, and 90% of them are men. So we're about 85% in ages of 16 to 18 years of age who are within the system of penal adolescent or teenage responsibilities. And I wanted to mention that. And one of the explanations that possibly may open the panorama even further is that they speak of explaining them in three instances. One, it's allowed them to feel more relaxed when they're going to commit a crime. Another one is to lower the level of pressure or tension, and that is like to be able to forget problems. And that was mentioned very much, the girls who consume that. And the other one is actually to feel good. So these are the three causes as to why they consume those psychoactive substances. So the study also tells us that 60% stated that they committed the crimes under the influence of these psychoactive substances. 66% said or ensured that they would not have committed the crimes if they had not consumed the drugs, and 23% says that they committed to buy drugs. So that's why it's so important to go with your second question. What could be those actions? Well, first, why don't we go in statistics, data-based? data driven. The study actually gave us about what's happening. The very little that I have mentioned to you here, we can actually start to develop what strategies, institutionally speaking, can we carry out so that we can reduce or prevent the psychoactive substances. I talked in there about parents being behind bars. What does that mean? That the family dynamics are not working properly, and that it's important to work a positive upbringing. And it's important there, and this I've been all too convinced before we start to carry out prevention activities with children, youngsters, and teenagers, we develop institutional capabilities. We must be training ourselves constantly. I mean, the prior guest speaker from the family welfare, we have to be updated because all of the we are here, we are preventive agents. And definitively, this is what it implies to strengthen these tools in a way that we could have a strategy evidence-based so that we cannot do it in the actions for the very simple facts that we want to talk about prevention or because I'm interested when there is grounds, theoretical grounds that tells you your institution, your strategy, what model, what explanation model backs it. So to speak.
implies that we need to have a response system in the service we provide adults and teenagers. And this is a very important point here because this is what we have developed with the national government when we offer technical assistance to the health sector, protection sector, and justice sector. To tell you that teenagers who consume regularly, not always do they develop dependency. What does that mean? It means that as a state, as policies, we need to have an array of interventions that will provide necessarily an answer to those teenagers who use those psychoactive substances. When we talk about those spin-offs of interventions, so we have um, ambulatory interventions. Typically, families or institutions, they want to just get rid of the teenager because he's like a black sheep and he's going to damage, he's going to affect the other teenagers. So we think that if he's abusing drugs, he should be hospitalized. But no, he could go in a transitory way based on the parameter that's set forth by the health sector once every fortnight. So, so, depending on the level of risk in which it is, so it's going to intervene based on those features. The important point here is that the teenager have a good support network to be reintegrated in society. He takes care of himself, he protects him or herself, and to prevent relapses. That's one of the most important things. Who does that? A competent sector, like the health sector, which may offer the service, attention, not only to the teenager, but to the family. We have a post, which is a mandatory health plan. We have a law 1566, which mental health, which assures the attention in mental health and to the family. Remember that. No use of psychoactive substances. You can oblige him to adhere to a treatment. That's one of the first steps. And within that scenario, it is important to know that as adolescents, he would not like to adhere, so the family could get support. You said that. We said, okay, perhaps the mother sometimes asks a little bit of help because the kid is stealing from her, and the caregiver, he's always like putting out with those tools because he doesn't know what to do. He's gonna hit me or what? What am I gonna do? Am I gonna give him the money or what? So, so this is a very integral treatment, which would be the importance first that the adolescent know about his drug problem, that he may go to other consumptions. So, they began with cigarette, they go to marijuana. We found that they start with marijuana, and then he doesn't even like cigarettes. So it is important that the teenager, under a certain threshold for treatment, they will be strengthened in protection factors. So, and that it could be sent in a better way. I think that's one of the key things at the time of rehab. So it's key that teenagers have that certain level to say, okay, they were affected. So, and also take the will and the power to go into society because it's not fair. He has to keep them separated. All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Jimena. Now, with my agent, Monica. Okay, officer, is there any type of program addressed for children, boys, girls, and teenagers that would allow the prevention of use of drugs. And how is that aligned to the reduction of the demand? Well, I'm going to be talking. I'm talking about as federal police. Brazil, it's a very big country. There are other police agencies in Brazil. So we have civil police for common crimes and military police, which make the watch. They work with the DARE, the military police of Brazil. We apply the DARE program. We, from the federal police, we began in 2018 within this prevention group a work to enroll activities integrated by specialists in the common areas. We began adopting prevention based on scientific evidence, also guided by the manual of prevention of UNDC. And at this stage, we have the participation of specialists and researchers from the University of São Paulo. Doctor, I think Dr. Zila van der Mel Sanchez is a specialist in prevention, and that brings along a different modality. We began studying 3 programs for prevention based on the strengthening of the integral individual. There are 3 programs based on personal development with skills and abilities, socio-emotional, with the strengthening of family ties. Based on science of prevention, these are the tasks to strengthen the protection factors as a consequence of reducing factors of risk. That's why I heard the lady talking about scientific evidence. So in 2018, we began studying programs. This year, we began applying them in association, in partnership with the school community. As the federal police, we have only 14,000 officers for the whole of Brazil. So we need to develop a, let's say, partnership, alliance, and articulations so that these programs be developed. And like that, we train professors, teachers in schools so that they apply the programs. These are divided in age. So we have one for the children for 4 to 5 years, who focus on the continuity of strengthening the family ties. It also provides skills for security at personal level. After that, we have a program which is called Strong Families Program. The objective is the well-being of family members through strengthening their ties and developing parent activities and social activities. Another program which we develop is for teenagers from 11 to 14 years of age. So it's called We're Together, Estamos Juntos. This program is a tool to work with social influences and skills for life linked to the prevention of drug consumption. And none of these programs. So typically we have two interventions that we talked about drugs. So the rest is always the strengthening of them as individuals. And they have to decide at the time to decide, hey, I don't want these substances for me anymore. Because many are just neighbors of drug dealers, and we need to strengthen that. And it's not like to expose them, because many times where we believe that they look at sometimes some situations, for example, in Rio de Janeiro, we have a lot of communities there that police do not go in. They only heavily armed and with great operations, but they are there always. So we look to strengthen that so that at that moment he offers the substance. Are you understanding? Because I'm a minority here in Portuguese, so I'm alone here in Portuguese. So this is the objective. And there is a program for children from 6 to 10 years of age. And this is a tool, it's a ludic tool to manage behaviors in the classroom. So science says that we have risk behavior, so it could also take children to, so we need to experiment this substance. So we began with this. So they have a good behavior in the future. So they're not going to have a tendency to use drugs, okay, any of those substances, with the objective of socializing children. And we could also develop social activities and positive socializing within that program. We always work and partnership with professors, teachers, the school, the family. In all of the programs, there are some moments together with the family. There is not one work that's isolated with children and adolescents. And today, we talk as family because in terms of violence, the constitution of families today is different. Many of them have a grandmother, have an aunt. So it is always good to have at least one member of the family to participate from the program. Is that clear? Am I being clear enough? That's an intervention, a continuous intervention, always present there. That's why we began this year. We are lanzando. We're starting the prevention based on evidence. So you have a lot of work there, titanic work there. But I think that road map that you have to prevention and family and focus. So, and let's say that matches perfectly with linking, involving the academia, the universities, who have this knowledge of science to be able to support all these actions and programs that are so important. Right. Before 2018, we had, when they requested, upon request, so we had special presentations, informational requests, and that didn't work very well. Sometimes it caused contrary effects. So in science, we we have the iatrogenic effect. We had a lot of resistance in the police, but it changed to have the programs there implemented. There was a lot of work to do. The same what prevention does, many other things do. And then federal police. That's why we're starting to look always for more people to work in groups, for prevention groups. All right, I think that here we have a similar phenomenon, and I would dare to say that it's generalized in our police corps in Latin America. That we were starting to strengthen prevention, realizing that this is one of the main tools to be able to form, to train people who will help the society. So, Kevin would like to ask you a question, officer. Officer, which is the importance of treatment and rehab of teenagers and the youth who are consumers of psychoactive substances? We are police, and when we've identified a child, an adolescent who needs support, the Directorate of Schools is called, we call a protection network, and they manage the boy so that the boy or the girl or the adolescent for treatment with specialized people. So they refer him there. We're just police. We just do application of programs so that we avoid the use of substances. Treatment has to be made by specialist people. In Brazil, we have many clinics for treatment, and the government pays for the treatment. We have like this. We have like 18,000 vacancies offered. 18,000 vacancies or spaces for people who depend on drugs. So it's very little for the number of people who are addicts to substances. Okay, thank you, Agent Monica. So I think it's a great job what you're doing there. So this you mentioned here about the campaigns from the early stages. I think it's very good what you are developing there since it also includes family members. It's very important because I think there is something we need to know here. The adolescents is the trust with our close members, and by that token, ask them for help, for you to guide us, because we don't have the knowledge of everything. Right, thank you for your words. And right, there we have a lot to do. We're just starting. Here, look how 6 countries like Colombia are ahead of Brazil. But we are looking here to have orientations that may help better for all of the society. Well, officer, so we tell with everything talking about uh, the prevention programs. Now, we would like to know here from the Colombian National Police how in Brazil, through Federal Police of Brazil, we can prevent, serve and contrast in the prosecution crimes related to drug dealing with minors. So the federal police is a judiciary police. So common crimes minimal trafficking, regional traffic, it's fought by civil police. We combat crimes against international trafficking. So we always help. We support the civil police with the information, with everything. But the police works at international level, and we apply, of course, all the standards of crimes, and they take them and they use them. They teach them how we do the purpose. We apply the standards. We'll teach them. We learn them, and we teach it after that. We try to have the rehabilitation because all of everything has to have an opportunity. So many times, crimes, when they're small, right? Because when it's small crime, because we work with international trafficking. So it's not just about a small crime or people took the chance to do it. No, it's a crime that's many times from criminal organizations. So yes, there we have a lot of work, of research, investigation, and law enforcement when we have that pressure there. Thank you very much. Well, now continuing now with the questions with Dr. Claudia. Doctor, how do you consider we could make an early intervention towards adolescents and youth that would allow the reduction of social risk promoted by consumption, and also for carrying and of drugs? So let me tell you, I've been working more from social organizations, civil organizations, and in this work we've developed, we have like a proposal of a methodology that is first start, let's say, with three key elements. One of the actors, sometimes processes focus especially in adolescents and the legal side parents, the school and institutions, but they have first had mapping who are the actors we're going to be working with. The second element is the space. Let's say the place that's most vulnerable in adolescents, and the time factor. So at what time the child is more vulnerable to being recruited. At the time he leaves school, in the afternoon, those spaces, and these three elements, we generate the proposal that could be in two senses. One, which is prevention, and the other one is to punish. So in the preventive one, so we recover public spaces. Let me tell you in a general manner, in a community in Oaxaca, which is one of the states in Mexico, there was a marketplace where we could not have access to. We had groups of the youth already consuming drugs. Families could not cross to that. And so it was there. At certain times, they was there with certain, there were hornets there. They invited mothers to be part of dance classes, and we recovered that space. Within that, we have the recovery of those spaces, and that's not a fast process. So we had several months to recover the marketplace in cooperation with the municipality. We recovered that. We had the power lines recovered. But the important thing here is that people from space and communities, they develop a sense of belonging. So the community itself, it is all in the space and the recovery. So this is a space already recovered as a strategy. So the intention is to have the location of actors in the space and time at a given moment. So we need to generate strategy. Something interesting here is that sometimes we think that since I am a physical educator or I am pretty good at music, so the strategy to solve the problem is that. So I have a program already set up, but I leave aside the interests or in the community spaces. If I have a question, I talk to people, not sport, not music, not amusement are the key elements. So perhaps just send us to other spaces that are also valid. Yes, it could be also send us to some other spaces there. Hence, we have generated intervention processes, of course, responding to the needs and interests of people. Anyways, teenagers are not interested in soccer or volleyball if they don't have a line in particular. Hence, we generate the intervention processes. Something important here is that we look for parents and the community to be the responsible for processes. We are just like mediators. So in the end, if they are become responsible, we generate that correlationship with them, and they are the ones who develop the process, march, walk. So even the young, so they take advantage and they appropriate the space, and that's worked as a pretty good strategy in this case for the recovery. And on the other hand, the adequate use of free time and generating those alternatives. We think that in that part of sports and recreation and amusement, and that's been a key element. So thought about from what I said, right? So this is something I just said that you may be interested in. Thank you very much, Doctor. So yeah, very important this issue regarding of being able to generate conditions required so that strategies work properly and they have that effectiveness expected. Kevin would like to ask you the following question. Doctor, which mechanisms could be adopted by parents for the prevention of the use of drugs by minors? And what's the type of strategies used in your country to support them? Let's start with the last part of the question. So from the government of Mexico, we have prevention programs and attention programs. Unfortunately, it's not being like the most, like the strongest part in the intervention processes, but we have programs, but many times not everyone has access to those programs. Something I wanted to highlight in Mexico, the drug consumption, drug abuse starts at 11 years of age. So we have fifth and sixth graders who already have access to drugs. So it is very difficult. So programs, they get to schools, especially. They go to these spaces to be able to recover them. Yes, there are programs and programs, and we have people involved, but we need more publicity, more advertising, more disclosure, also for to reach adolescents and children. So that depends on the social context concerning these strategies. It's not the same to talk about the city than talking about a community space or a rural space. That would depend on that. So I think that the strategy or the proposal for parents, first of all, is from the approach at home of the accompaniment of communication, but also we believe that it's not only that about that we can do that in that way. We have other ways. If the father says, okay, I am responsible for this, I keep him at home, I take care of him, I work with him in rehab. But when the child goes to his reality, he's still vulnerable. There isn't a guarantee that I take care of him, but there's the reality out there. So the proposal will be to generate working networks with parents themselves, with the communities. In the case, for example, in Mexico, there was a school when we detected the sale of drugs to children in primary levels. And what parents did, they realized it. They talked to the director of the school, to the principal. Okay, let's get organized. What is it that we're going to do? Oh, our parents, you're going to work together. So there was a point in which parents were watchers of the space. So they began generating those networks. See, my son would go alone. I would go alone home. I know that he's also my son because my friend's house and school. So I take care of them. We all took care of everyone. So someone said in yesterday's session there was a country where children could walk, and that's wonderful. But in this case, in this community, that happened. So, but if you walk 6 kilometers, you get to the urban part, where by no means a child could be alone. So really, you go there, you start having on your stroller, and we managed to do that in the own parents, and we generated alternatives. So it would say that we have to work together in the parents. So I think a father individually will be very difficult to generate a solution. Right? Thank you very much. You're totally right. We need to work together with the parents and to look for strategies. So, so finishing this expert panel, we finish with my agent Andre, which strategy does the public forces of Costa Rica deploy to generate an approach from the communities, and especially adolescents and the youth, who are exposed to different social risks that brings about the consumption of illicit substances. Regarding this, the public forces, we have a project called Athletic Police Leagues, which I represent, and my partner Karen. This program is focused on working with the youth who are in social risk between 12 and 19 years of age, in which they are attracted to us through sports. What do I want to say by that? So we have census in the most problematic spaces. We have the hotspots of the criminality in the country. So they have the required profile. As I said, they are in a social risk, and they get integrated to the program. We have a follow-up for this time. They could start when they are 12 perfectly. Throughout this time, the project is based in teaching them some sports discipline, skills for life. So within this project, we want the youth to approach us in trust, not that we are seen as a police officer, but as a friend whom they may trust, and they can share the problems they have. So, so we're talking about psychoactive substances and also intrafamily violence, among other areas. These teenagers, at the time being, we have three sports: soccer, of course. Someone doesn't like soccer here, right? Swimming and boxing. So this project is made with the officers from the public forces, and they perform as a plus to the work they do. It's volunteer. So the youth, when they detect problems, when they open up, we detect the problems here going through, we have a reference. We as police officers, we cannot interrupt or intervene directly. So we don't have that jurisdiction. So through interinstitutional networks with whom we work in the country, so we refer them to the Social Security House of Costa Rica, or being treated by psychologists, psychiatrists. And we talk about education, when we talk about the Ministry of Public Education, trying to have the reinsertion within this educational system. The project is focused in finishing with the youth a profile for exit, where they have already taken one of the ways that we may offer them, one of the programs, to this interinstitutional network, providing them with follow-up and wanting them to be good citizens. My officer, thank you very much. This strategy is very important through sport to be able to reach the youth, the children, and exactly generate these skills for life. So let's say that's very interesting to have this strategy that you are adopting now in the public forces in Costa Rica through their control and surveillance organizations. Finally, which have been the results obtained with this strategy? And do you think we've met these objectives that were set up? Yeah, as I said before, this is a program that's been launched. So we only have 1 year and a half we have started with the project. This is a project in long term. So we've had so far a very good answer from the youth. We've managed to detect several problems in these communities. So we keep 6 athletic police leagues in the country. For this project aims at launching this project throughout the country. We only have 6 for the time being in the zones which are most problematic. The youth, who we have 170 in each athletic leagues or clubs. So we've opened that as it had not been possible before. As I said, they see us as friends. They come to us and tell us, okay, I thought that the police officer was a bad guy and everything like that. No, now they see us as friends. We managed to achieve that connection between the police and the youth. So for the time being, I think the project is going very well. Precisely regarding the leaks, I wanted to present to you a short video. It takes 2 minutes, perhaps, to present the video. May I do that? It talks a little bit about what the leagues are about. Police Athletic Leagues is an initiative launched by the National Directorate of Public Forces with the support from the Embassy of the United States to promote sportsmanship values of youth in risk communities. They will strengthen their capacities for life, the relationship with the community and the police. So the public forces, they devote a lot of time, a lot of hours of work. It's a big effort in terms of prevention, but athletic leagues is an important advancement. Why? It's the first time we have a strategy that's tied to an intervention model with indicators and metrics that's going to allow us to work hand in hand with the youth and give these youth, these teenagers, new opportunities, tools, so that they start working in their future personal development, building a life project. It helps children to be disciplined, and then we help them with their adults. So they support us in everything. Yes, instead of staying at home alone, so when you come here, you have fun, you share. So yes, it's true, I feel very well. So it's a great opportunity, it's a beautiful opportunity to come and learn something. Yeah, I would recommend it 100% because the truth is that we have a lot of exercise here. Okay, so with this, we'll just have to a little bit like it's clearer now how this strategy works. That's really interesting to know about, and how we can have an approach to this to the youth through sports. Yes, basically the program sports is our key tool for the prevention of violence. Thank you very much. So now to finish, let's say that it is important to have certain ideas or a summary from this important panel. So one, let's say, undoubtedly, the work based on evidence that was mentioned by Dr. Jimena, to be able to make decisions that are supported by a scientific data process. So that's where we are aiming at. We are migrating towards that direction. So the context of population, the youth of teenagers, undoubtedly they have an effect on that, let's say, social risk. So then we have a scenario for that consumption. As it was mentioned before, we shall not get to the stigma level. So we need to see solutions to these youth and teenagers who have that social risk. Very important too, programs developed through these participation of the academia, the universities, all that sector they have the knowledge, and we can make it available from state entities and law enforcement agencies like the national police, and an innovative strategy that we could say, with regards to the use of sports as a tool to approach the youth and, of course, be able to mitigate their social risks. So, well, without further ado, I wanted to thank all our panelists today, our speakers. Please give a round of applause to them. So, okay. That's right. Thank you very much to you, really, for having presented to us, having shared upon us all this knowledge. Thank you very much. So, thank you for your participation. Very well, as we adapt our stage, I would like to let you know that now we'll have Dr. Guillermo Aullón, representative from TikTok, who's going to have a short presentation called the TikTok Social Media Apps and Risks. Dr. Aullón is manager of Enlace with authorities of procurement and justice for Latin America and the Caribbean in TikTok. He's part of the trust team and security of this network. He joined this group in January 2022. He was previously a consultant from the Sign of Security Global Pickerton in the last 2 years. So it was an extraordinary career in the search for justice. Aullón has been active, involved in all the aspects of practice and consultancy in security and research. He's currently assigned as liaison manager for justice in Latin America and the Caribbean, and he has experience in making a great number of research, evaluations, security assessments, and risk assessment in intel logs, operations, and training. So, without further ado, I leave you with a virtual connection with Dr. Guillermo Aullón. The floor is yours, sir.
cuando sea necesario, informaremos dichas cuentas a las autoridades pertinentes, ¿no? En particular, sus 10 puntos que ven en la pantalla son, como ustedes ven ahí, y quisiera comentar sobre los 10, como el contenido violento y gráfico, comportamiento de o incitación al odio, actividades ilegales o bienes regulados, contenido asociado a suicidio, autolesiones y trastornos alimentarios, acoso e intimidación, desnudez de adultos y actividades sexuales, vulneración de los derechos de autor y de las marcas registradas, la integridad y la autenticidad, la seguridad de los menores y los retos y actividades peligrosas. Entonces, cualquier tipo de video que viole estas 10 normas de la comunidad de nosotros, nuestros analistas analizarán eso y si están violando cualquiera de estas directrices, se eliminan este tipo de contenido en nuestra plataforma, ¿no? Ahora, entrando un poquito más en detalle, ya que nos estamos enfocando en el tema de la protección, la seguridad de niñas, niños y adolescentes, quisiera profundizar un poquito más sobre la seguridad de menores, que viene siendo uno de nuestros pilares principales en la plataforma, ¿no? La protección de todos, pero en particular de nuestros niños, niñas y adolescentes. Nosotros en TikTok no toleramos actividades donde hay abuso, daño, peligro o explotación de menores en TikTok. Cuando esté legalmente justificado, reportamos este tipo de contenido al Centro Nacional de Menores Desaparecidos y Explotados, conocido como NECMEC por sus siglas en inglés, quien reportan directamente a la autoridad competente en material de abuso sexual infantil, ¿no? También conocido como MASI. Ahora, los usuarios deben de tener la edad mínima como está estipulada en nuestros términos de servicio. Cuando cuentas de menores de edad son identificadas, nosotros eliminaremos esas cuentas. Menores tienen que tener más de 13 años para abrir una cuenta y tienen que estar ligados a la cuenta de sus padres o tutor con controles parentales sin la habilidad de mensajes directos. También tenemos otras herramientas como la sincronización familiar, el filtro de comentarios y opciones de bloqueo o denuncia, entre otros, ¿no? Jóvenes de 6 años o más podrán mandar y recibir mensajes directos siempre y cuando no violen nuestras normas comunitarias. Cualquier usuario puede reportar cualquier cuenta que viole nuestras políticas de menores de edad y nuestros equipos de moderación apoyan en garantizar el cumplimiento de esta directriz. TikTok sigue profundamente comprometido con hacer cumplir la restricción de edad. Ahora, los guías que están ahí en la pantalla que están viendo, hay 3 en particular. El guía para nuevos usuarios, el guía para padres y tutores y el guía de seguridad y privacidad. Los invito que entren a nuestra plataforma y vean esos guías y muchos otros guías más que tenemos ahí mismo que brindan excelente información en cuestión de la prevención, en cuestión de la educación, de cómo usar no nomás nuestra aplicación, pero también en el tema de educación para que entiendan el mundo digital, ¿no? Y temas de prevención, de cuidado, ¿no? Yo como padre, yo también tengo dos hijos, 2 varoncitos de 10 y 11 años, y para mí fue sumamente importante, antes de que les otorgara, no tienen cuenta obviamente porque son menores de edad, pero obviamente usan mi dispositivo para ver ciertos tipos de videos. Eh, Obviamente yo revisé y aprendí todos esos temas primero antes de compartir acceso con ellos, ¿no? Eso fue para mí una gran educación, formación, para yo entender cómo funciona la aplicación y ya en lo personal dejarlos usarla o no, ¿no? Eso se me hizo muy importante, esos datos se me hicieron muy buenos. Los invito, ahí como ven, el domicilio está en las letras en azul, es el domicilio de la plataforma, donde están todos los temas de cuidado y seguridad y está en español. Están en varios idiomas, en particular este link que les acabo de poner ahí está en español y es algo que también hemos compartido nosotros con la sociedad y con ONGs cuando hemos hecho eventos en conjunto para difundir esta información, que se nos ha hecho muy importante que entienda la sociedad cómo funciona nuestra aplicación y qué pueden hacer en el tema de prevención y seguridad, ¿no? En particular para nuestros niños, niñas y adolescentes, ¿no? Eh, entonces, ahí les voy a dar unos segunditos más para quien quiera copiar o tomar una foto a esta lámina, por favor, y los invito que pasen y revisen ese sitio y tienen muy buena información. Bueno, seguiremos un poquito más con el tema este. Entendemos que la idoneidad cultural del contenido y los entornos operativos varían de un país a otro. Y por lo tanto, nuestras políticas tienen en cuenta las normas, matices y regulaciones culturales locales, ¿no? Eh, Ahí, abajito de esta lámina, en azul de nuevo, abajito de las tres flechas, está nuestro guía de las normas comunitarias. Los invito también que accesen a esa página para que lean nuestras normas comunitarias y qué es lo que está permitido y no está permitido en nuestra plataforma, ¿no? Otro dato también importante que se me pasó, más bien un punto que se me hace importante de compartir con ustedes, es que nosotros cuando detectamos material de abuso sexual infantil, el mecanismo es reportar eso a través de NECMEC, como se los había contado anteriormente. Eso se reporta directamente a NECMEC y NECMEC baja esa información a la autoridad competente. En este caso que estamos en Colombia, se le reporta directamente a puntos claves de contactos que tenemos nosotros ya establecidos dentro de la Policía Nacional de Colombia, y no nomás con Colombia, pero con toda América Latina. Sé que estaban ahí los amigos de Costa Rica, también está alguien de México, también tenemos contactos directos ahí, donde nosotros directamente reportamos esa información también. NECME baja el reporte, conocido como el CICHET, y baja también la información digital. Nosotros, como un segundo mecanismo para asegurarnos de que la autoridad competente esté informada de esa información, yo directamente o mis analistas contactan a la autoridad competente y les hacen saber que viene este reporte, ¿no? Porque para nosotros es muy importante que la autoridad sepa del asunto y obviamente que tome cartas en el asunto, ¿no? Quería hacer ese pequeño comentario. Bueno, ahora, también se me hace importante explicarles cómo moderamos nosotros esta información, ¿no? Estoy seguro que muchos que están ahí están pensando lo mismo. Bueno, Guillermo, ¿cómo TikTok modera esta información? Bueno, aquí como ven en la lámina, con una gran cantidad de videos subidos y vistos en TikTok, pues la siguiente pregunta es, pues bueno, ¿cómo moderan todo este contenido? Nuestras normas de la comunidad se aplican a todos y a todo en TikTok. Lo aplicamos de manera proactiva mediante el uso de una combinación de tecnología y moderación humana previo a recibir reportes o alertas sobre el contenido. Y este es solo un paso para proteger a los usuarios en nuestra plataforma, ¿no? Como lo mencioné anteriormente, también hacemos énfasis en la adaptación cultural y la personalización del contenido en nuestra plataforma. Tenemos personal experto en nuestro equipo de confianza y seguridad que comprende bien los matices y desafíos locales, y también ofrecemos varias configuraciones de control de privacidad y seguridad a nuestras y nuestros usuarios. Ahora, como lo ven en la lámina, en la parte izquierda ven ahí una foto de un teléfono y en la pantalla dice Video Uploaded. Eso significa que es cuando el usuario sube el video a la plataforma, ¿no? El primer filtro es una tecnología de detección artificial, donde está moderando esta información. Si llegara a pasar ese filtro, pasa el segundo filtro, que es otra moderación muy robusta, y si llegara a pasar ese, ya pasa un tercer filtro, que es la filtración moderación humana. Es un equipo especializado en todos estos temas, ¿no? Si llegara a pasar estos tres filtros, entonces ese video ya se sube a la plataforma y ya se puede compartir con nuestros usuarios. Básicamente, en breve, así es como funciona nuestro sistema de moderación. Bueno, estoy seguro que muchos que están ahí pensarían la siguiente pregunta, porque yo también cuando estuve sentado ahí, donde están ustedes por mucho tiempo, pues la siguiente pregunta se me hace muy lógica, es, bueno, pues ¿qué tan efectivo es la ejecución de este sistema de moderación? Bueno, entonces, para darles datos más detallados, más específicos, nuestro último informe de transparencia del segundo cuarto del 2022 muestra cuán positivo es el contenido en TikTok. Con menos del 1% de los videos eliminados por violar nuestras normas de la comunidad o términos del servicio. Se me hace muy importante este dato. Menos del 1% de los videos fueron eliminados por violar nuestras normas de la comunidad o términos de servicio. Bueno, ¿qué significa esto en cuestión de números? El 90% a nivel global y el 93.5% a nivel Colombia, región Colombia, país Colombia, de los videos infractores se encontró y se eliminó antes de recibir cualquier visualización, lo que indica una baja prevalencia de contenido infractor o inapropiado que se ve en nuestra plataforma. Adicionalmente, el 93.7% a nivel global y el 94.8% a nivel Colombia de videos infractores fueron removidos dentro de las 24 horas de ser subidos a la plataforma por violar nuestras normas comunitarias. Ahora, el 95.1% a nivel global y el 98.5% a nivel Colombia de estos videos se eliminó antes de ser reportados. Estamos muy orgullosos de estos números y sus efectos para la seguridad de nuestra comunidad. También reconocemos que estos números no representan el 100%.
Do not recognize the 100% of the success in the appropriate ones. And in my opinion, they do represent our great commitment with prevention. Also, I wish to report that in these transfer reports that are by Quartz, they're in our platform. So actually, there's in our platform there. So that you read the report, I invite you to do that. And we have increased that percentage, and that has been increasing year in, year out. And the exception there of the ones that we have of the videos in the appropriate ones to see their community norms. So for me, they actually represent a great achievement. And obviously, the goal is 100%. We're going to go to that, and we're in 50 something, and then I have to think that on time we have to be improving and coming to the closest in this 100%, and that for us is the goal, okay, the success. But that's how we're going step by step, but we're getting there. So what does this represent in this percentage in terms of number of videos, in terms of this quart that I mentioned of 22? 1,385,000 were removed within that second quartile, and that above 1.8 million videos were removed before they actually had a major visualization. So these is a bit more specific, more concrete, more detailed in matters of moderation and step by step, we're working to get that 100%, so we can have protection and safety for children and teenagers. We're going to enter more in details in matters of the requests that they may be done to us, and it's going to be some quick overview. It's going to be really quick, but I think you're going to find that it's a good. I'm going to give you my email, so where we can actually do a training that is far more detailed to all law enforcement, and it'd be our pleasure. So for those have never used, have never seen our application, this is what it looks like. The videos could be up until 30 seconds to 10 minutes, and those 10 minutes, they were increased as per the petition of our users. Before, the maximum period, it was 3 minutes as of the requests, and this is how we increased it. And there are 3 blocks that you can see here, or 3 frames. They have the other one with 3 points are the comments, and the last one It has to do on the part of the bottom of the screen on the left-hand side is going to be the name of the user and the hashtag of the video. Now, why are these three important? Because, as you can see as authority, in the ones that you have compulsory ones, you also have these key points that are destined to the account. In particular, the last frame where you have the name of the user. For us to identify this, we do so as of the name that we're doing after the hashtag, the ampersand. And then we have here one of the two. They actually give us the name of the or the URL so that we can provide support in their requests. So that's the key point, the one that you have of the of the QRL, which is an important piece of data. Now our application has the capacity to transmit in live, but it's not for everyone. For you to have that capability, you must have more than 6 years here and more than 1,000 followers to have this live format, where actually you say that minors do not have access to live videos. Okay. Now, as you can see here, it is very similar to see these frames of the necessary information when you get it. The first block in the top side of the left-hand side is the link of the profile of the creators and the number of followers when they're live. At the bottom is where we're going to have the comments and the hashtag that I see of the video and the restriction, that would be the data that we would occupy for us to actually service your request and channel it. And now here in matters of live videos, like I mentioned, they have like 16 years of older, and then they have to have the format. Excuse me, not 16, 6 years or more of being there. I'd like to mention this in the that it's possible, as per the petitions that we have had, our followers or our users basically, that we're going to change very possibly the topic of followers. Now we need to have 16 years or more to have this capability, but it is possible to change the rule of 1,000 followers, very possibly. It's going to be less. It doesn't matter whether you have 1,000 followers or not. The number of followers perhaps is going to go out of there. That is now currently being processed by our groups, our internal groups, and internal external groups to see if they make that change. I wanted to mention that because in the near future we actually do that change, but right now it is 16 years or more than 1,000 followers, and obviously that you're not breaching the norms of our community. Now, for our friends of the diverse authorities that are present, normally we receive 3 types. Well, actually, there are 4. There are 3 types that we actually follow. They're most common ones, that the types of requests that we have. So there are emergency requests. There's actually request of preserving data and legal requirements when it's a petition through a judicial judge issuing there, or perhaps a letter or MLAT. And MLAT is actually the process between foreign countries and the U.S. The MLAT is used when we're actually are finding data of users that are in the United States. So there are different ways to request the data, because it all depends where the user is and the controlling institution that controls their data. I'm going to give you in a few minutes more detail of that, so that you have there. I invite you again, please, if you wish to take a picture of this slide, or to write here the link that is below the 3 arrow that ends up being the legal orientation of TikTok, the legal norms that govern that domicile that you have there. I'm going to share it there in that link that you're going to have there. You can review it, and you have the data of the legal ones. Okay. In matters of emergency, and then we have, how do they work? Well, when you send us here an emergency request, it has to be a matter that is credible, imminent, and specific of serious breaches or damages to human life. So you have to fulfill these three requirements for us to consider it an emergency. Now, when we receive these petitions, our analysts channel the petition, they do the request with you that they actually fulfill all those three conditions, and obviously that their petitions are tied with one of our accounts. So you have to have one of our accounts for us to process your petition. It cannot be the other way around, where we channel data to see if there is an account. It has to be an account that you already have specified, and then send a request for us to disseminate the information when it is justifiably, or when it's legally justified that we share our data with you. Now, in this emergency request, why? Because it's an emergency, because it is an emergency. And all crimes that have to do with children and teenagers, they come in under the emergency system. Here I'm talking obviously of kidnapped children, subtracted ones, lost children, obviously all the crimes against them. All of that comes in. It comes in this process of request to find them. And well, all these petitions, all these requests, they have to send us to the web portal that we have, which is what you see there, in blue against. The one in blue is actually our web format that we must create, that we created on May 23rd. Why did we take them very much? Because we worked a lot of time for Colombian authorities, and before we did the petitions a different way. There was an electronic mail where you would send in, and there was a web form that somehow created some confusion. As a result of that, we changed the system. All petitions must be done through this web form that you have in blue. That is our office to find the claims there. Two pieces of key data. One is that this form is exclusive for the authorities of control. If you're not a police, if you're not an investigator, you're not a prosecutor, you're not public ministry, depending on the country, it may be different, but you have to be a legal authority to send these petitions. It's exclusively for law enforcement and authorities with jurisdiction. The information that we just shared obviously is confidential, and we cannot share it with the public or with the press. Obviously, this information ends up being evidence that eventually would actually be integrated to the investigative file. I just wanted to clarify that. So that blue mail, the ones that you see there, is our web format for you to service law enforcement, for you to request it. It's in Spanish, yeah? It's easy to fill out and to understand. The only thing is that you have to do, and I want to tell you, there's a description that you must place where you have to describe the emergency. For now, that data has to come in English. Why in English? Because as a result of the three global centers that we have in terms of safety, after performing an analysis, the English language was the most common among the three sites. And that's why, for now, we request that all the description that you're going to put there has to be in English. Eventually, in a very near future, you're going to be able to describe that in Spanish, in the native language where you use, be that Spanish, French, English, Portuguese, whatever. But for now, it has to be in English. Okay? Right, so in matters of these emergency requests, important points, key points that have to be in these forms, obviously, they have to come, your petitions, and an email that is from .gov. It has to come with a .gov. If it's Hotmail, Gmail, etc., our system automatically does not receive the channel, because this channel is exclusively for the authority. It has to come with .gov. Another important point is to please include this phone where we can speak just in case there is a doubt or a confusion in their petitions. And we have that it's not very clear, but sometimes the information doesn't coincide with what our analysts are channeling, because there was an important. Or then you have to give us the @ or the QRL. Now it's important, and give us an email. Third, the nature or the threat, to be able to describe the circumstances of this topic. And this is where commented this in English. This is where you have to give the description. It has to come in English. And what information you're requesting. Further on, we're going to share with you what information do you have, so that you know exactly what we have in the user base, okay? Now, a piece of extra data in matters of mandates or judicial mandates or information that you attach to a request that may stay in the native language, the local language. If it comes from in Spanish, I mean, that you would annexing. I'm talking if there's a legal mandate, a yellow alert, or depending on there's the type of alert, and actually they raise a part of the alert. All of this actually can be there. There's no problem. The most important thing is to be filling the form, and this has to be written in English for now. Now, something that is actually very common that we also receive, depending on the ones that we have in the prosecutor, the publics, etc., are the request of preserving information. Why is that important? Well, when you are investigating someone, and it's not an emergency, where obviously we cannot broadcast or disseminate their message, but you want us to preserve data from some user that you're investigating. I always recommend that whenever you are investigating, especially those issues of any crime, but obviously in particular those crimes against children and teenagers, will preserve the information as soon as possible, because like any other user in any platform, they have a right to erase their account there. And if you're investigating somebody and then you want to preserve their information, please preserve the data first, because they may erase it. Because how you do that? Well, because the request of preservation is a process where we freeze that account for a period of 90 days, which is like the first period of 90 days. If in those 90 days you have already finished your investigation and you're ready to receive the information, you have to do so through a legal mandate and local mandate. It's signed by a local judge in Colombia. If not, we just say, Guillermo's actually, thank you for preserving. Now disseminate the information. Basically, now we're going to assume that that period of 90 days is not enough time. So no problem. So simply, before we expire those 90 days, you have to send us an extension requesting another 90-day extension, so that we can finish the research or investigation, find your judicial warrant, send us this information, and then as soon as we have it, we can share that information, and we can have another 90 days, so that you have a total of 180 days, so that you can gather all the information and we can share it with you. This is how the process function actually works. For me, it's really a very important point in internet, and I think that is a very important tool to be used. And when I had my agents in the different groups, this was the first thing that we did in all the cases that have to do there, not with with any platform that we did, is actually to preserve the information so that we don't lose it. And then in matters of letting the preservation be known, perhaps someone may be asking there, look, you share the data of the user that is lending the data. No, the response is not. We do not disseminate the data that a user provided with us. What I recommend, whenever you're filled with those requests through a web form, to include this sentence: please do not disseminate user data. We don't do it, but I think it's a very good practice to be followed, to ensure that no one disseminates the user, right? That is, that we're preserving the data, right? In matters of how to preserve the information. Another important point is actually to place some dates as from what date to what date you want us to preserve the data. Give you an example, the 1st of January of 2021 to 2022, and those are the dates that are useful for us. Then if the period is actually open, you can do it like that. Or if you want all the data of the account, as long as you legalize and you can request the data of all of the account up there until it gets closed. Only that is to be said in terms of an annotation that we did. We had cases where they requested from beginning to end, and at the end of the day, the report were 30,000 pages of information that they had to integrate in that investigative file. So I wanted to share with that one. If you have a specific data, a specific time range that we don't want to disseminate, you can include it. But if you want the full package of information, that's fine too. So the legal results are evidence through this web seminar, and everything is done in the same way. The only thing here is that in the legal structure we have to attach the judicial notice to annex it to this request. Now, a piece of detail that all the data in Latin America are maintained in the controlling institution that we have in Singapore. Now, that controller is TikTok 20L GPL, so all the mandates actually have to be transferred to this institution, no? And here I put them there so that everybody has it clear. It is the last one of the scale of these four. So for all Latin American data is the same textual person, and we can meet him in Singapore. So this is so you know this piece of data. And here, this is where we have all the judicial orders that come here, that is with this institution, which is the controlling institution that takes care of Latin America. I have a few minutes more. I'm going to move after now. I mean, this seems to be an important data because this is the data that everybody's looking for. And the question is, well, Guillermo, what data they have? What data do you have? We can share it. This is already published. There you can find it too, but this is the data that we have of the users, the data that we have that is the basic data of the user, the domicile, the IP domiciles, the hosts, the data of the device, the email, the telephone, but all this data, obviously we have it as long as they're provided. I mean, we don't there, when they register and create an account, they should provide at least one piece of data of all of these to open up an account. But when we have a minor, obviously they have to provide their birth date for us at the terminal if there was a minor or not, and if they're capable of creating that account. And this is how we do it with a minor. From 13 to 16, we call it a minor. Okay, now, also, we can create their account with their Facebook profile and then go to Twitter, and then we create those accounts. So we cannot maintain the geolocation. That one, we don't want it. And we do have the IP address and the account resolution, the user interactions, which are data of interaction, but without content. The record of the IP for momentary, there's time and date of the video, and obviously the video per se, we need to do it, the comments, the user comments, and the direct messages of spectators.
Finally, I want to share with you this data so you may know how we summarize this info. Here on top you have the basic users data, and below you have the IP data. They are IP from users. So when it's an emergency, we're going to receive the IPs from the last 72 hours, not an emergency, what the judiciary mandate may ask. And then this document is in PDF, and it has two mails. The first one is the password to open the second mail when we have all the requested information. I have like 2 minutes left, 1 minute only, I think. Finally, I want to thank you again for the space. We are here at your service. If you want to send me an email later on, so you need a training that's more in detail, we can do it. So these trainings are for only for authorities exclusively. As I said before, we are very committed to develop and keep solid relationship with government agencies and the justice administration at global level. Here I share with you my email. So this is my direct email. There it is. You know, to add any question I can help you with. You have also a website form. You can take a screenshot of this slide. You can do it. I don't know if I have a short time, but if it's not enough for the questions, okay, no problem. So, well, you can make the questions there. You can send me an email. I will answer any request or doubt you may have. Thank you again. It is an honor for me to be here with you today, and I'm here at your service. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Ollón, for your presentation. It's very updated. Now, to close with the cherry on the cake, so now with today's agenda, I would like to introduce you now Mr. Capitan Parmenides Palacios Renteria from the National Police of Colombia. He's the General Manager of his study. I am Afro-Raizal, Palenquero, and Indigenous from the National Police. He was the leader of the Peace Laboratory, more than 8,000 youth with scholarships at the universities. He's been here for 20 years now. He is the leader of the Life Sharing and Peace Laboratory in Cartagena University. He's a specialist in police services, university professor at Birmingham University. He is the chief of sanitation space in the University of Tumaco as well. Welcome, Captain. The floor is yours. Hello, we are ready now to start going to Tumaco to get to know a very good story there. Come with me. I am Captain Palacios, and this is my story. So I'm in Chocó. I was born in Chocó, in Bioró, in the Urado rural district. I was born here. I have a beautiful girl. Her name is Alana, my wife. I am an administrator in health from Cartagena University. I was a police officer. I was a patroller for more than 9 years. I'm an officer, captain. I work with the sanitation directorate, and I work as the chef of the unit that renders health services, and also in citizen security. We have different realities with different universities in the country, and my parents, they don't live anymore, but from heaven, they take care of me, and they enlighten me so that every day I could do things with love. Colombian National Police are working in the convivency program prepared by the police, and also migration E, so we're also working there. We're going for 5,000 more. Thank you. For being more than angel who arrived to our lives and to make our dreams come true to be at the university. So really, well, being bad is not just traditional. So he's a social communicator. In a way, why don't you say what you told me that you wanted to be a millionaire? Obviously, I want to be a millionaire. That's a dream many people have. Oh, well, I'm just kidding. So I want to contribute to the Laboratory of Peace in Tumaco, because we are youth with many problems, but here we go, pushing forward. Captain, which is that feeling that generates to you to have created this lab? Love, peace, quiet. It's part of my story. I am the laboratory. this represents my feelings, but more about my feelings. Especially when we have volunteers, so we have more than 400 coordinators who are the same guys who are part of this, and they are physicians, technicians, biologists. They train our kids to improve their SATs tests. So we also have Chamber of Commerce there. So thank you for offering your support. Thank you for receiving us, the best institutionality we could have here, not only in Tumaco, but in Colombia. More than 12,000 students are going to Tumaco to finish their university. First, the National Police supporting my processes. I'm living here very happy because I want to continue living like just like you are. So here I have a little, and that's moving throughout all my face. Okay, I have an ant, have a stroll. Okay, now, okay, I have a lot of dreams. So the next dream is to graduate, to have my own business, my own ideals, and make a house with my mother. Travel around the world, get to know new places. What's your son going to study? Yeah, communication, mass media. They support him. Yes, of course, he's got all my support. It's a great opportunity. And here in Tumaco, we hadn't seen that before. But thanks to getting the support from my commander, so we're having this opportunity. I'm so happy with that. Okay, my kid is the one who helps me out. He somehow soothes me. He gives me consolation when I'm alone. I'm going to miss him, but he's going to study because they are my children. And you, as a mother, you don't want your kids to leave you, but they have to fly. With these activities developed by the National Police, led by my captain here, they perform in favor of the youth. We're demonstrating that it's an honor to be a police officer. Excellent, really. Thank you, National Police. Police communication that's innovative. National Police of Colombia. It's an honor to be a police officer. Well, thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. Thank you to the APRON Directorate, my superiors who invited me to this great event. I am very happy, really. It's an honor to be a police officer, a member of the police. So today we are very happy here to present to you a study that was born 4 years ago in the municipality of Tumaco, Nariño, one of the municipalities with high levels of violence. That's very differential, very strong. And it was born at a moment in which our public forces, our armed forces could neutralize one of the strongest bandits that ever existed in the area. It was Guacho. So we analyzed that. We have, at that moment, I was the director of sanitation in Tumaco. So we had a lot of problems there. But we had our police without testicles, without legs, because of the violence there. So when I saw that, we realized that we were a case from 13 to 18 years of age, victims and victimizers. They wanted to be like Guacho. All of them, absolutely all of them, they wanted to be like him. It is there where we have the idea now to analyze what was going on with the kids, the boys, girls, and adolescents from the municipality of Tumaco, in their dreams, in their expectation. What is it that they wanted? Regardless of their condition, they were victims, victimizers of this internal war in the Colombian Pacific zone. There we have the Peace Laboratory, was called On the way to the university was the aim. We reached several. Ready? Yes? Next. We reached different rural districts and violent neighborhoods that at that moment were there in Tumaco. And there, the analysis we had was just only 6% of the youth who graduated in high school, 17, 15 years of age, they could have access to a higher education program. Not because the opportunity was not there. Many times it's because the information did not reach them, or because of the environmental conditions, their academic level was extremely low. Next slide, please. No, it's not connected. Could you please connect that, please? Please connect them. Can you connect that? Okay, it's ready now. The thing is that I don't want to continue prior without you getting to know them. They're going to be connected from Chocó, from Tumaco. They are connected from Cali. So you can see we have the image, their vision, their names, their faces. Well, so, okay, pretty well. Julissa, can you listen to me? Julissa. So there I have my children ready to be introduced here. The Peace Laboratory teenagers, they are connected from different parts of the country. Captains, here we are, yes, here we are, okay, perfect. So could you please introduce, I was going to steal your presentation pretty well. So a little bit of volume, please. I cannot see you. Could you please activate your camera so we can see you properly? Pretty well, Julissa, the screen, please. Let's start with the presentation and introduce yourself. So we have more than 300 people here. Introduce yourself, tell us who you are. Let's start with the presentation, so I may continue, please. Okay, Captain. Well, good afternoon for everyone. It is a pleasure. It's an honor to be here in this space with all the members of the Laboratory of Peace, the directors. I am Julissa Riascos. I am the General Director of the Peace Laboratory and Convivence and Security. So I began in the process in 17 years, when I was 17 years of age. Now I have my dream come true. I started university. Right now I am the 6th semester of languages at Technological University of Chocó. I was born in Paso, I grew up in Tumaco, and I'm studying my higher studies in Chocó. I am Afro. I am displaced from the municipality of Mañama, Nariño. Unfortunately, I met Captain Parmenides Palacios. He's the one who's led me and who's with the whole team of the laboratory. I began as secretary of the laboratory, but now I'm the general director. Well, as you can see on the first slide, here we have our captain who's accomplished my dreams and that of many teenagers. We're 8,000 youth and teenagers in the Colombian Pacific area. We're going to reach 10,000. How do we do that? How is the laboratory structured? How it has had so much impact in Tumaco and other municipalities in the Colombian Pacific zone? We have 5 action lines of the lab which were built under these problems that Tumaco has. All of the Pacific, and we are sure that all of Colombia, thanks God, we've had the opportunity to travel to many places, to go to places in the Pacific area, visit different hamlets. Because one thing is what you see on TV, which is what you listen to, but there's something different when you're in the territory. So, fortunately, I've had that experience so far. I'm just 20 years of age, but this project, I know is the legacy that's going to be the ones who are going to change the life of many teenagers. It's changed mine and other teenagers who are here with me. How do we do that? Our first action line is prevention to force recruitment and volunteer recruitment, experience day after day everywhere in different ways. So how does it work? As follows. First, we focus in education. Within education is where our first subline, we have 3 stages. The first one is preparation, preparedness, orientation, and third one is university training. Why preparedness? Because why do we need to prepare ourselves? First, to improve the score of SAT test, because our pilot plan was Tumaco, because Parmenides, it was there, so we were there in other territory. So the SAT tests were the last ones. We could not apply to any university because we had very low scores. So how do we help? So first we began with when it's so called with interns working with some agreements. We have 6 universities with whom we have agreements. They lent us their interns. So we are certified. We have partnerships with them. We give them our way for the practice for their. And we as a laboratory had a drill at the beginning of the process 2 weeks before, right before the SAT tests. So they talk about so we'll see about that in the process, and then the last one right after the test is taken, we manage the test to be into its competence. So we talk about mathematics, English, physics, and different competences. So we focus in the youth who have been for 3 years without entering university. So now we prepare them in that preparation for the entry test to the universities. We have a lot of volunteer professors who believe in the process because we managed to have, prior to that, the youth, we were 120, and after that work, we managed them to have 280 and up to 300. You cannot imagine how the institution improved a lot. Based on that, and because of that, as a result of that, other institutions began looking for us. So we have 300 volunteers. So we have the other stage, which is the counseling. When we have the suspected results, we go to the second one, which is where adolescents and we have more approaches. What are the strongs, the weaknesses, the strengths and weaknesses? How we realize that through this following process. As in Tumaco, we have 10 municipalities around it. We have rural districts or hamlets. We have to go on boat. We have a link, which call it culturization link. There we have very good questions. So to get to know the kid, we have a central analysis in this population. We're going to impact them. Perhaps you have 20 youth. From these 20, 10 they have support from the parents. They're independent. Some of them are in prison. Some of them, their parents are already in heaven, to so-called they've died. So we need to know how to interact with them. So after that, in the orientation scale, we look for 2 things. First, that they build their life projects. Currently in the 21st century, we have a lot of kids. If they finish high school, they don't know what to do. They don't know what to devote themselves to. So when it is, they have these life projects, choose the trainings they want to have. They're good for that, so they have the skills. How do we do that? First, we show all the curricula that each program has. After that, we explain to them we want to be a doctor, a lawyer, an architect, an engineer. So, but how if we provide them the theoretical explanation, we give them. So we talk a lot with different people in these programs that now belong to the government. They work for the government, and then they've they've really had a hard time, but they've gotten there somehow. Then they get the results. They know what they're going to study, the major they want to go through, they want to undertake. So we go to the third one, which is university training. So the lab itself, they've had a great success because 8,000 youth we have within the project are completely, they have a full scholarship from the universities and from the government. So we have just we have to check what are the requirements, which are the days they're open, the whole process itself. We give them the information, but summarized. Not only the information and they just get out of here, no. We run the whole process completely from one prescription is pre-registered, register until their admission. Well, directors, we don't do that. Prior to starting, I want to tell you that within the project, we have some positions. First, we have my Captain Parmenides. I'm the regional director, which we have the 19 regional directors present here. Then we have the coordinators. We have almost 2,000 coordinators in the Pacific. And so let me tell you, I can't remember because every day we have more monitors who are joining us. So then we have the applicants to be monitors. Who does all these? The coordinators process the whole thing, so they help them. So once they're admitted to university, so they have their own scholarship. Get over here now. He becomes an active member of the Peace Laboratory, but not just because he entered university, but through an association link, because he's part of that registration. Then he has some 3 months workshops to become a peace monitor, and we have these 3 action lines that I just explained. After that, they start having a function within the project. The second subline is science, technology, and innovation. As you well know, so technology has encompassed our days, our whole thing. So we have our undertaking entrepreneurial center with the Chamber of Commerce, completely supplied with screens, computers, and all that. So with man who's not in the position now, he was the one who believed in us. And he still believes in this process. He supported us throughout all this process. We have our artificial intelligence director. We have agreements with the robotics school from Chocó. And we also have our third subline, which is arts, culture, sports, and tourism. Arts and culture, we want to say that to be the director itself, who will give him the floor now, to explain what is it that we do here in this stage. But yes, I'm gonna just give you a little hint. So in the art and culture, we have 5 stages. We have one agency of peace. It's not a standard agency like the ones like we have. This is an agency. We have diversity from adults and we have people who participate here. So people, and we rescue our culture, our ancestors. So the meaning of what we have of being Afro, from the hairdos we have, that has a very important story to talk about this in the agency itself. So we have other activities here. At least we have the capacities, and then we have our singers. all of these kids are university students, all of them, absolutely all of them. We have our singers, we have adolescents, so some of them play their instruments, so they are instruments that identify ourselves. So, and we also have our dancing team. So, uh, we have we take our kids to work. The choreographers are not like just traditional dances, right? They have a special meaning, and they've made us cry really, because through dancing we could say a lot of things, and that's what the laboratory passes on. So, and then we have sports. How we focus on sports in the following way: we have inter-universities without excluding the youth of those who are not in the university. So the last inter-university we have, and the last one was in Tumaco. So we would go there. So we have the captain. He went there, the most dangerous neighborhood in Tumaco, and he made a soccer team. So the kids participated, and they began interacting with other universities. For the surprise, in summary, they were the champions. So the team, so they're the champions. So they just stay there surprised by the youth, because these kids they did that empirically. They didn't have a training process. So by seeing that they beat the kids who were in university, they were impacted by them. So they talked to me and the other person. So you want to enter university, you want to be like them. So they hadn't finished university. They began the university. So now they were in the university. Let me tell you that with this simple thing, we generated an impact in the families themselves, because it's the same mothers that they say, okay, you go to the laboratory, I want my kid to belong to that. And not to make this story short, we've generated in Tumaco great impact, that in the tourist part, we do as follows. Right now, in July, we had an exchange of culture. So they took 60 youth from Chocó to Tumaco to tell them that they said, okay, in Tumaco, we only have death, we only have, everything's bad. We have very nice people, incredible landscapes. So many people say, but how is the laboratory going to do that? They don't have resources. But we have the support from all these families who are very thankful with the project, that their children, they are today at the university, but they get up to sell the fruit, so they never imagined that they would go to university. So, and then families that were starting a university profession. So that would be something normal, but for us, who are a member of the laboratory, something amazing. So our territory had never seen that. So those kids, the 80 youth, were they surprised, because they got to know the laboratory, and they participated as in the fire carnival festivities, and they enjoyed them. They realized that we have violence problems. So because 80% today, we can say that they belong to the laboratory, and the laboratory teach mainly values. Not to extend myself, this is what we do in the prevention of forced recruitment. So we participate, Julissa. Okay, thank you. So we are short of time. So pretty well. So let's wait a little bit there. Please stay online. I know that you want to continue talking, but we don't have much time now. So our director, Julissa, yes, we gave you the first context. Is the first prevention, voluntary and forced recruitment. We work with children from 13 to 28 years of age, infants, children, adults, and teenagers. What she's saying is the reality. These territories, but thanks God, we are doing a pretty focused job. We have a second line, which is environmental, sustainable environment, climate change, recycling, everything that has to do with environment. With a very important line, which is the prevention of psychoactive substances, boys, girls, and adolescents, and the mitigation. And here, this is something interesting. Why? So this slide, please. There's something interesting here, because the youth themselves are the ones who get there to explain all the type of the drugs that are there, to watch out why they are harmful in their brain and what that causes. We have 4 teenagers who used to dwell in the streets. We resocialized and we took away this problem of drug abuse, thanks to the same youth who brought them along. Them, without having psychologists, they themselves helped each other. So through the example, and then it is them who talk to the others. So I smoked this, I did this, I ran this, I consumed that. So I was lost. Thanks to the Peace Laboratory, I don't do that anymore. So the example, what it does is to bring many teenagers may leave that criminal sphere, and we have a 4th line, which is integral health. This line, it goes hand in hand with the 3rd one. Why?
Especially the ones in the territories. We work on unwanted pregnancies and sexually transmitted disease, because a girl that actually is pregnant, and if she's pregnant when she's 28 years, very probably that child is going to have 15, 14, and it's going to be a delinquent, because it's going to have a means of life. You're going to have 1, 2, or 3, and that we work it hand in hand with the same youngsters to prevent early pregnancy. They actually come there, they find a banana or anything there, so you actually teach them how to put on a prophylactic, and then you have there some kids that actually have had different sexes. We have 5 kids that have HIV, and we explain to them why they got HIV, how did they get it, why did they happen, and we advise them how their life is going to there with HIV. So they are the example. And lastly, which is the cross of this, is peaceful coexistence, and that is the one that actually makes that all these lines work, because here we have respect, love, understanding, asking for permission, the values, all of this. And they said there with the behavior. Julie Sarriasco was saying that for the purpose of coming to the lab, they have to study these 5 lines, but more than study, they actually have to put it to practice. Children have to do that. They all learn these 5 lines, but what do teachers do? They're the director general. They're the ones who actually do the curriculum, the subjects. They are the ones, and they are the guest lecturers, and they are the assessors. They actually run the tests, and when they're finished 3 months ago, we graduated 1,500 youngsters that were accompanied by our director, the General Vargas at that time, in Tumaco as peace monitors. That was a total party. So what is the invitation? The invitation is that this lab test was going to do there to stay. We are in 14 different police units: Urabá, Chocó, Medellin, Bogota, San Andres. We are in the Guajira. So we're going to get to all of Colombia, because now we have a pilot program there. This works, and they are the ones who do it. They make it real. And we, as police, are just orientors. It was just a spark that we had there that the government was actually doing. And I began to get there, to their world, to their music, to their youths. And now, I think that we're going to finish with more than 40,000 youngsters this year by December that are going to be part of the lab. So, because really, in all of the Pacific, they want to be part of this peaceful coexistence, human safety and security, and I wanted for them that you would hear them. These are kids that all they want is to have the dream to have fulfilling lives, and that dream of fulfilling lives, there are things that were already there, is only with motivation, with love, and with compassion. Lastly, truly, I always say, that here we have a police that is ready. The National Police of Colombia is always ready to face challenges. And it's nothing more than we know that we have to work in prevention of children and adolescents through these activities. Today, more than ever, all members of the institutions know that these initiatives are the ones that are going to transform the realities of the country. We are the institution that does the most public policy nationwide, and that's why I am proud of being a police officer. A round of applause for the National Police of Colombia. Thank you. Thank you very much to Palacio, for Lieutenant Palacio, to tell us about the experience to work around children and teenagers of the most vulnerable populations. Now I want to leave you with the presentation of the cultural side by the group of San Africa, exotic dancing group by Afro descendants who live in the south of Bogota. They show that more than their skin, they're just full of talent to make it a contagious disease, partying. Right, good afternoon. Hello. Testing one, two. Right, so how are we? We're coming here to enjoy it. We're coming with something new, so some dancing around here. So if we're gonna, take it away. I'd like to introduce myself. I'm David Moreno, one of the creators and the founders of the group Sam Africa, and we want to give you an artistic sample of ours. I hope you enjoy it, and please enjoy it. But before we start, we have something, and that is, what is the food of artists? Anybody knows? The applause. Yes, that's what it is. And I'm hungry. Let's have some noise here. Come on, give it up. Right on, yeah. Come on, yes, give it up. We're about, and we're going. This is full of San Africa in the home. From there to ya.
DJ AKM, bora, vamos, prédio complicado. yo. Como los cabezales alienígenas Plutón. Para que tú te claro que la nota la doy ya. Para que tú te claro que la nota la doy ya. ¿Qué? Estamos clean. ¿Cómo? Estamos clean. ¿Qué? Estamos clean. ¿Cómo? Estamos clean. Y estamos clean. Oye, estamos clean. Sí. Quiero escuchar a la gente que está clean. Arriba, todos estamos clean. ¿Estamos clean o no estamos clean? ¿Estamos clean? Ah, sí estamos clean. Vamos arriba que la energía sube. Venimos con más. Suits habla recorre la casa. Sanafri, dímelo, Kevin. Estamos rompiendo. ¿Qué lo que? Estamos clean. ¿Cómo? Estamos clean. Ay, estamos clean. Ahí, carajo. Se vino Zona Free. Más romper esa pista.
No pensaban invitarme, ¿eh? Y ahora matan en ella. ¿Cómo? Pero me la gozaré. Rico. Di que me lo dio. Y llegué fui yo. Di que me lo dio. Que la fiesta es rica. Choro. Y llegué fui yo. Di que me lo dio. Que la fiesta es rica. Mami, qué rico amor.
Ese fuerte aplauso que se sienta. Zona Free. Duro. Ese fuerte aplauso. ¿Cómo?
Papi Negri. Ey. Joder. Saca dinero es lo que le gusta, saca dinero es lo que me viene, saca dinero es lo que le gusta, saca dinero es lo que me viene, saca dinero es lo que le gusta, saca dinero es lo que me viene, saca dinero es lo que chiquilla que venga a bailar, usted diga la puñeta sana, a que no tiene la puñeta nada, en mi capita la puñeta lleva, saca dinero es lo que le gusta, saca dinero es lo que me viene, chiquilla papita me viene.
Fuerte ese aplauso. Eso.
DJ del fucking desorden. Ay, pero es que no miran a nadie. fucking casa. DJ en el fucking desorden.
Eso es.
Bueno, ya para despedirnos.
Con eso nos despedimos. Ustedes nos van a apoyar.
Bueno,
con
bueno, mi
este
gente, vamos que
¿Cómo?
está.
Ustedes van a decir la panela cuando digamos esto. Dice así.
¡Y nos fuimos! Yo tengo la
panela.
que tú tienes la panela. Que tenemos la panela. Que tenemos la panela para alcanzar.
Que yo tengo la
panela.
Que tú tienes la
Todos panela.
Que tenemos la
panela.
Que tenemos la panela para alcanzar las metas.
Esto es lo que traemos. Esto es el imperio. Colombia, mi país.
Este es mi pueblo.
Gente hermosa, paisajes y sueños. Colombia tricolor.
Sube.
Mujeres número uno, ya lo sabe la gente.
Que atrapan un segundo.
Rosas, colores, modas y triunfos, cubriendo, conquistando a todo el mundo. Con su mar y la tropical, Cali con su salsa, medallo musical, Cartagena conocida, murallada, ciudad con aventura, Pacífico,
Puerto Nacional.
Contadura y Morojón, viaja natural, Chocó con su pesca, marisco de verdad, cultura, música, sentimiento personal, distinta, lenguas, paraíso terrenal, que yo tengo la
Panela.
que tú tienes la que tenemos la que tenemos la panela para alcanzar las metas.
Que yo tengo la
Panela,
que tú tienes la
panela,
que tenemos la
panela.
que tenemos la panela para alcanzar las
Y nos
metas.
fuimos.
En mi infancia ellos siempre me decían no puedes.
No puedes
Y yo con orgullo me prometía vencerles. Porque sé que no tengo lo que tú tienes. Yo tengo algo mejor que va a
sorprenderte,
te lo digo así, lo sencillo es cantar. Difícil es traer vida para
sustentar.
Cogí el micrófono y me puse a rimar. Oh, oh,
Oh, oh,
y el apoyo de mi gente me hizo progresar. Oh, oh.
oh, oh.
Y así concluye la parte de mi cuento de cómo en la vida me gané el respeto. Solo hay una cosa que debes aprender
Y es tener la panela para poder vencer. Que yo tengo la panela, que tú tienes la panela, que tenemos la panela, que tenemos la panela para alcanzar las metas.
Que yo tengo la
Panela,
que tú tienes la
panela,
que tenemos la
panela.
que tenemos la panela para alcanzar las metas.
Eso fue.
Bueno, ustedes nos van a apoyar. Esto con un gritico ahí mientras comen sabroso. Y dice así.
Bueno, esto dice, ¿cómo dice?
Quiero ir a todo el mundo aquí
Duro.
gritando.
Huepa,
No
huepa,
los escucho, denme un grito más alto.
huepa,
Quiero
huepa,
ir a todo el mundo aquí gritando.
huepa,
No
huepa,
los escucho, denme un grito más alto.
huepa, huepa.
Bueno, se aprendieron la panela, ¿cierto? Vamos
Oiga,
a
hay una
quitar
historia de la
panela.
Ponal. ¿Dónde está la Ponal acá? La Policía
Moral
Nacional de
Nacionalista.
Colombia. ¡Duro!
Que yo
Yo
tengo
tengo la que tú tienes la panela,
que tenemos la
panela, que tenemos la panela para alcanzar la meta.
que yo tengo la
Panela,
que tú tienes la
panela,
que tenemos la
panela.
que tenemos la panela para alcanzar las metas.
¡Que arriba! ¡Que arriba! ¡Que arriba! ¡Que arriba! ¡Colapso! 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 ¡Yeah! ¡Yeah! ¡Yeah!
¿Qué tú tienes la qué? ¿Qué tú tienes la qué?
Santa Fe colapso. Gracias.
Bueno, mi gente linda, mi gente hermosa. Esto fue San Africolapso, Tutsa Record en la casa 01.4 de la compañía. Ya saben lo que estamos haciendo, estamos rompiendo. Esto lo hacemos de todo corazón para todos ustedes. Espero se lo hayan disfrutado. Y nada, vamos a seguir trabajando para darles unos shows así que ustedes se merecen. Muchísimas gracias por todo.
Thank you very much. We always practice with heart and soul. And thank you very much to the National Police. going to have here so we can actually take a picture with all of you. So Alvarez, if you could support on here, please. Guys, sit down or squat or whatever so we can have all the picture. And here we have the Raptor. Yes, the picture on the other side. Yes. And if you want some sugar, you want some sugar. Everybody, wave your hands. All right. Yeah, sugar. Hands up, sugar. Sugar. Say sugar, everybody. Sweet.
Estamos clean.
Azúcar.
Estamos clean. Que traiga la champaña y los blin blin. Hey.
Gracias.
Estamos clean.
Thank you. Jesus, what energy of these children of San Africa or Saint Africa for the development of this Congress. And we're going to have some minutes for those of us who are actually closing, having their break pursuant to start the closing ceremony of this International Congress of Violence that affect children and protection. Don't stand up from your seat. It's just to give you some space so you can finish having your snack. We'd like to invite all the guests, the honored guests, to please come to the closing. And in closing, we'd like you to ask you to stand so that you hear the national anthem of Colombia from the Philharmonica of the National Police of Colombia. Please stand. Minute of silence for all officers who have given their life, all officers and patrolmen and women who have given their lives in their line of duty. In merriment of our most recent loss in the city of Bogotá, we will always remember of the work that with vocation and bravery performed his duty for all Colombians. Our lost yesterday, our most recent lost. Please be seated. An international commitment on protecting children. SIPNIC, this committee, consider that the Charter of the UN has reaffirmed the fundamental rights of man, dignity, and the value of the human person, especially in children and teenagers who sign the following commitments pursuant to reinforcing the awareness work and knowledge building developed in the International Congress of Violence that affect children and protecting their rights during the days 6th, 7th of October of 2022 in Bogotá, Colombia. Also, it is a snapshot of the collective and individual activities so that we can work jointly in protecting the rights of children, giving continuity in time of the responsibility that today we acquire by this signing, and we reaffirm the following commitment: to continue to develop actions that are measurable and articulated in prevention, supervision, control, and criminal investigation, intervening the causes that define violence that affects the healthy, peaceful coexistence with the bodies of police, strengthening international cooperation academically, juridically, institutionally, and the integration of the public and the private forces and drivers, working with civil society, the private sector, government institutions and international institutions to go after those who exploit sexually children and teenagers, generating a breaking point so that we can contribute to the eradication of the sexual exploitation, the commercial exploitation of children and teenagers in seeking of the non-repetition of the guarantee of the integral restitution of their rights, to consider the different means in which the digital technology is affecting the life and integrity of children and making them vulnerable in respect of the dangers of information, helping to minimize the harms and the adequate use of their networks through sensitivity programs that enable them to create awareness in respect of those harmful effects and the cyber harassment, to go after the crimes associated with criminal conduct that affect children and teenagers, trying to reduce impunity and finding ways to tackle demands through the use of new technologies, as well as to promote the filing of claims of any act that goes against there, to participate actively in the new public policies, systems, and efficient services that allow one to improve the quality of life of migrants, preventing their exploitation and use by organized crime for them not to commit these crimes, aside from other types of violence and discrimination by the people that lives in territories where they operate. The signatories here express their clear and willingness to protect the rights of children and teenagers in enforcing from our rules and jurisdictions of all the committed duties acquired as per the different international treaties, the set of norms that is currently in force, and the transnational set of laws to intervene, prevent, and impacting directly the risk factors that affect children. Signatories: Mr. Colonel Johari Harvey Alzate Duca, Director of Protection and Special Services of the National Police of Colombia. Only a clarification. As you realize, this commitment does not cite any special norm, any agreement. It doesn't mention any specific set of laws, because in the realm of international law, it is not an agreement and it's not binding. So what we wish to represent in a very symbolic manner is the renewal as police, as law enforcement, a renovation of players of civil society, as parents, first of all, that starts as individual ones of protecting our children and our teenagers. But we, the bodies of police, need those symbols. We need that representativeness. We need those formalities. And the idea is that this signing becomes that a renewal of our pledges amongst people in uniform. And of course, a copy of this sheet through the different contacts and liaisons that we have established here would reach to your respective uniformed bodies, your office, just as a reminder that anywhere where we are, in any country where we are, that signs there, a police is there, or a member of civil society is there. We're people here that are committed with the protection of what is the most precious of any society, which is the future, their children and their teenagers. Thank you, Colonel, for those words. Lieutenant Colonel Viviana Janet Valencia Grisales, Chief of Infancy and Teenage Protection. From Brazil, Agent Monica Mendoza Pantero. Chile, General Marcela González Casas Contreras. Costa Rica, Agent André Valverde Calderón, Agent. Colombia, Major General Rafael Eduardo Bernal. From Ecuador, Lieutenant Colonel Luis Alfonso Collago Remachi. From El Salvador, Commissioner Hugo Reynafa Monterrosa. Main Commissioner Manuel Echeverría. For Spain, Lieutenant Juan Luis León García. From the United States, Special Agent Antonio Marin. By Mexico, Claudia Esteria Arriaga Rodríguez. For the Underground Railroad, Carlos Maza. For Peru, Isaac Candia. And this way we finish signing this international commitment. Reading of the certificates of this International Congress, violence that affect children and the protecting of their rights. We'd like to make a caveat so that you keep it in mind. The following hand there is just a representative sample. The other certificates and recognition, be those for the representatives of the different groups of the sections of infancy, will be handed here in the auditorium, and for the remainder and guests, you're going to claim them outside of the auditorium. Reading of the certificate. Republic of Colombia, National Police of Colombia, Directorate of Schools and University Institution. Keeping in mind that the Mr. or Mrs. went to this violence that affects children and the protecting of their rights, carried out in Bogota Capital District in October 7th and 8th, signed on the 7th day of October, 6th and 7th, signed on the 7th day. So register in the book on page, or the page 21, on like they're signed by John Alexander Zavala, Director of the School of Special Protection and Security. Deliver of the diploma to Mr. or to Mrs. Marcela González Casas Cordera from Chile, Chief of the Transit, Roads and Road Safety. General, please, if you could come here. To Lieutenant Colonel Luis Alfonso Collago Remaggio of the Ecuadorian Police. To Mr. Commissioner Hugo Reginal Batres Monterrosa of the National Civil Police of El Salvador. Special Agent Antonio Marin from the United States. Antonio Marin. Colonel Isaac Candia of the National Police of Peru. Major General Rafael Bernal, Chief of Infancy and Adolescents of the Metropolitan of Barranquilla of the National Police of Colombia. Mr. Carlos Maza represented OUR. And this is delivered by Colonel Jorge Azarbe, the Director of Protection and Special Service, and they're accompanied by the main guest table. A round of applause, please. Next, closing words by Colonel John Harvey Soteldur, the Director of the National Police of Colombia. For all, special greetings, respectful, a fraternal greeting from police to other police on behalf of our General Director, General Henry Armando Sanabria Celis, of the 160-something names, women that integrate the national police of all Colombians today, in a day that is sad, painful, for this police body and the loss of our colleague last night in the line of duty here in the city of Bogota. A 33-year-old police officer that gave up his life in the line of duty for his fellow men. A policeman that never doubted in answering to the call of the community and actually in fulfilling their constitutional mandate to the point really of giving up their lives because Colombians. And then we have, because that is what police people do throughout the world, so that they continue to have hope in a better world, in a better future. And now our respectful greeting to the family of our man in uniform, and that his family feels this family of policemen and policewomen is extensive to that biological family that he had, because never will a man or policewoman that loses their life, may a institution have the luxury to leave the family unprotected, forgotten. No. To leave that family in the midst of sadness. No, much to the contrary. Those families have to feel that the police, the national police, that the police bodies will continue to be their families, and that the best legacy, perhaps the only way that we have of giving them honor, is to continue to do what our duty demands. It is the best way to honor their memories. It is the best way of following their legacy. So, excuse me that I take a few seconds to honor, remember this unfortunate piece of news, but never, and we were saying yesterday, just as we must overlook the indifference and silence of the crimes that affect children and teenagers, we must also be not indifferent but rather active with the loss of a police officer in the line of duty. Thank you very much for the minutes that you have taken to listen to me. Thank you for the representative of the countries Argentina, Brazil, Canada, Cuba, Chile, Costa Rica, United States, Ecuador, Spain, Haiti, Mexico, Peru, Canada, Honduras, and of course all the ones who are connected virtually in Colombia, Honduras, United States, Panama, Costa Rica, Chile. I want to tell you that we had connectivity between yesterday and today of some 8,815 people. That it seems to us that is an absolutely important number. And that ratifies, of course, the relevance and the significance of all these topics discussed herein between yesterday and today. We obtained more than 6,000 views in the YouTube platform. We had 13 guest lecturers, 2 expert panels, 18 guest speakers, of which 12 were international and 6 national. It is my belief that more than a conclusion, more than a closing of a gathering truly, in this particular case, what we have actually signed symbolically, some of the participating members of this Congress of Violence that were affected by the children of their rights, what we signed here was a commitment, a renewal of that commitment. In other words, at this closing, more than this close, there should be a starting point, really, of renewing our strengths, renewing our spirit, of renewing our integration, of the strengthening of the trust among our forces, amongst our institutions, among our institutions that are integrated and constituted by human beings, and in the measure by which, to that email, in the measure by which we have that communication, that phone call, that we put a face to it, that we know that there's another person on the other side of the world, or the other side of the computer, on the other side of the phone call, that shares the same goals, the same interests, the same convictions, well, definitively that we would be contributing and making a fertile soil for a better present and for a better future of any society. They are made, they are planted, they are sowed by children, by teenagers, what we have shared from the private sectors, from the NGOs, from academia, from the police bodies. Definitively, we have been enriched. Knowledge-wise, of course, but it also proposes a whole array of concerns as to if what we're doing is enough. We're doing plenty. Of course we are. And as a matter of fact, the only situation of being here, that shows commitment, but that cannot make us satisfied. We cannot be tranquil, while at this time we know that around the world there are children who are victims of people trafficking. There are children that with this weather, perhaps as a result of a trafficking in migrants, they are crossing the Arién in the border between Colombia and Panama, and perhaps their children, as we're saying when I said at lunch with some of our colleagues of the Underground Railroad, for whom we actually express our gratitude, they're perhaps crossing from Brazil, passing through Peru, through Ecuador, coming through the south of Colombia, and they're walking that Amazon jungle, leveraged by people traffickers, trying to get to the U.S., subjected to all sorts of abuses sexually, with their documents withheld, without understanding the language, ratifying, of course, this phenomenon of crimes that affect children and teenagers is a transnational crime. And thus, our integration, our communication, our coordination shall become a fundamental pillar and a transcendental pillar of that, to continue to what we do. And we have to do it while we have an opportunity, while we can. Today, we have positions, we have the possibility of doing it, because we have been designated, we have the initiative, we have the interest, the energy. Therefore, my call, respectfully, is to encourage you, do not pass up any opportunity to continue to do, because you are doing it. And that has been evidenced during these 48 hours of this gathering. The National Police of Colombia is immensely grateful for you to take out the time to visit, that you are here, which will always be your home. The National Police of Colombians, it is your home. Please count with this institution that is not perfect, of course it's not, but from its mandate, constitutional, from its creation, from its birth, somewhat 131 years ago, that we're about to celebrate our anniversary, at the 5th of November coming. It is an institution that is absolutely clear, its commitment that it has over and beyond the social differences, ideological differences, the gender differences, the economic differences, religious differences. Our reason for being is to serve. Our reason of being, our duty is to protect citizens. Our reason of being is to honor and protect the Constitution of the Republic of Colombia. And in that, I know that we identify ourselves. The countries, the institutions, and the different sectors gathered here in this environment, and of course they are listening to us through the social networks. Again, it's been a true pleasure to have you here. We hope that the contacts, the networking established herein, that the friendship that now starts among some of us, or many of us, continues to yield fruit, continues to grow, and that we may have the opportunity in the future, God willing, to see each other in a recent future, to assess, to evidence the job that we're doing well, to verify also in which areas we have not progressed in the manner that was proper and expected, and of course to be able to shake somebody else's hand, a friend that shares with us objectives, convictions, and commitments. Thank you. God and nation, it is an honor to be a member of the Colombian National Police. Once again, we invite you to stand this to hear the anthem of the National Police of Colombia, Policía Nacional de Colombia. Now we have officially closed this Congress in protecting children, teenagers, and their rights. We'd like to invite you to a cocktail in the first floor in the Dome room. And we also would like to inform that the screens you will have there a QR code that is part of the special services where you can download all the material of this Congress. We want to wish you to a happy, safe trip back home, and it's been an honor to have you here as our guests, and thank you very much for coming and taking out the time. Have a good day.